Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and I'm sorry I'm late. I had everything all set up. I really did. I had absolutely everything all set up and ready. I'm not out of breath because I was running around. Okay, I had everything set up, and then I realized I didn't have handcuffs. And then I went to get them from my bedroom, and the drawer stuck, and I didn't have time to fight with it. So then I had to find other handcuffs very, very quickly. But I have them. They're here. They're being deferred as we speak because I'm not a fluffy. Okay, so let's all catch our breath. There we go. All set now. These will do for tonight until I can get my good ones. So, as usual, when trying to recall what happened last week, I was struggling. So, I looked back through, and what we got out of last week is that Christian Grey was definitely about to commit kidnapping of Jack Hyde. It was pretty much outright stated that security had orders to basically capture him alive and bring him to Christian Grey. How that would have ultimately ended, I don't know. Can you really tell me at this point with how dark he has gotten? Because even though he starts out as a very dark, abusive character, he's definitely gotten worse throughout the books, and in this one is at absolute peak evil. Because we also have him essaying his wife, not for the first time, but this time she actually noticed and objected. And I will say, when she said red, which is BDSM code for stop, though in truth it should have been her saying the safe word, or else what was that scene of him reminding her what a safe word is, even though they both already knew that, so that scene was entirely for the audience. Like, why establish that they have one if she doesn't use it in the moment when that is exactly where you would use it? But he does stop when told to, I'll give him that much, but he was still essaying his wife, and it was out of revenge because she went out for drinks with Kate. How dare she go out and act her age and have a life? So he literally interrupts a 2-day business trip to fly back because she went out for drinks. And he then spends the next day and a half so furious at her that he's afraid to touch her at all because he's afraid he'll go too far. Which, given what he ends up doing, because that's where that SA scene comes from, that's him when he's calmed down. Like, if that's not too far, which it is, like, what? Like, this is why I say he's got a body count somewhere. Because it's just not possible that he doesn't. Not with that kind of behavior. Oh, coffee. Coffee good. So that was about all that happened. So Jack Hyde is now arrested, though that's kind of legally sus because he may have been intending to break in, but they said that they saw him coming, recognized him on the security cameras in the lobby or the hallway, public places, and then actually let him in. Intending to trap him, intending to capture him. Again, Christian Grey's personal kidnap plan. But, is it really break and enter if you let somebody in? Now, he's suspected of other crimes. He's suspected of sabotaging a helicopter. That would be the attempted murder of Christian Grey and the woman, I think her name was Ross or Rose, that he was with. And then the fire at his building in the server room, he's suspected in that as well. But suspicion does not equal guilt. So, and again, this is a very hack author, so she could just, not even explain, because I'm sure he's going to come back because he's the bad guy, and we haven't had the big showdown between him and Gray yet. Gotta tease that out for a few more chapters, apparently. Okay, all rise for the national anthem. And I've turned it up this week, so hopefully it's hearable.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Still cannot do the tie correctly. Yes, it bothers me. Yes, I know it's OCD's hell. I know. But we got our duck panel behind us. We got Ralph, our blue unicorn duck. We got Charlotte, our princess slash queen duck. And we've got Steve, our your guess is as good as mine duck. We do have another duck incoming. The person who sponsored it, though, I don't think they are here at the moment. So I'm going to wait and see if they arrive. If they do not, I will draw their duck at the top of second chapter. Icky on my screen, right on my face. Okay, that's better. It was bothering me. But how is everybody? How was your catter day? Chapter 12. Wow, we're almost halfway through this book already. And I completely forgot about making the burning video for the other one. Damn it. I really did completely forget. I've had so much going on this week. There's been so much. So yeah, I forgot. But I will, I'm going to make myself a note that next week that has got to get done. Oh. Oh, I think there's a fire truck outside. Oh, we are indeed wearing our spikes tonight. So we have those on. All right, here we go. Brace for impact. Oh, no, I don't want that there. And of course, it has to fall over on me. Okay, chapter 12. Hello to whoever just came in. Nice to see you. Say hi in the chat. I thought you were born here in Seattle, I murmur. My mind races. What does this have to do with Jack? Oh, yeah, because Christian Grey dropped like a big revelation that, he was adopted in Detroit or born in Detroit. One of the two. I don't remember. Christian raises the arm covering his face, reaches behind him, and grabs one of the pillows. Placing it under his head, he settles back and gazes at me with a wary expression. After a moment, he shakes his head. No, Elliot and I were both adopted in Detroit. Did we know his brother is also adopted? I don't think we did. That feels like it may have changed. We moved here shortly after my adoption. Grace wanted to be on the West Coast, away from the urban sprawl, and she got a job at Northwest Hospital. I have very little memory of that time. Mia was adopted here. All three of their kids are adopted. Okay, just because Twilight used that as the excuse on how they're a family, but obviously not related, doesn't mean you had to make all of the Grey siblings be adopted. That is just too much. So Jack is from Detroit. Yes. Oh, how do you know? I ran a background check when you first went to work for him. She should have seen that coming. That is the most obvious thing. Oh, of course he did. Do you have a manila file on him too? I smirk. Of course he does. Kristen's mouth twists as he hides his amusement. I think it's pale blue. His fingers continue to run through my hair. It's soothing. What does it say in his file? Christian blinks, reaching down as he strokes my cheek. You really want to know? Is it that bad? He shrugs. I've known worse, he whispers. No. Is he referring to himself? Yeah, well, he is the worst, so yes. Oh! Cethale, you're here! Hey, that means I can draw your duck! Yes, you can! You can! I wish I'd kept a list from the beginning because, yeah, there's so many scenes where I'm like, she was watching this, she was reading this, she was watching this, because it's taken verbatim from a movie or another book that I know, that I recognize. But since you're here, we can draw your duck so you can name it. We got our bag o' ducks. These are drawn at random. I don't know what all of them are. Hopefully the duck we get will be identifiable. As Steve is still a mystery. There's no official word on Steve. But okay, I'm gonna draw the duck. My eyes are completely closed. They cannot see. Finding the it moves. Okay, not good that it moves. Okay, round and round and round the duck bag we go. This one. Okay, whatever is in my hand, this is the duck. And we got a bear duck. We got a bear. I'm 99% certain this is supposed to be a bear. So, our honored Patreon, what are we going to name our bear duck? I think he's a grizzly bear. I think from the color, that's a grizzly bear. So very appropriate for my neck of the woods. We see these all the time, especially the yearlings in the spring will sometimes find their way into people's backyards looking for garbage. Because, free food. So we will add our unnamed, as of this moment, duck to the stage. Can we see him? We can. Okay, I'm going to have to readjust the stage, but at least we can see him for now. And, yeah, Cethale, let me know what the name of our bear duck is, our grizzly bear duck. Paddington. Oh, I love it. it. All right, so now we got Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, and Paddington. That's lovely. Very appropriate. Thank you. And for anyone who is new here, just a reminder, the link at the top to Stream Elements is if you would like to tip or donate. For $10, we will draw a duck at random, and you get to name it. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs for one chapter. If you're absolutely a lunatic and donate $50, I will chug this glass of wine. Which I steam cleaned the glass because it was looking pretty grungy, so I cleaned it. I was like, no, you got too much lipstick. That's the problem when you wear the dark red lipsticks. It gets on everything and it's hard to get off. So worth it, though. But thank you, Sadale, for the duck. You're adorable, and it's got an adorable name, and I love it. Is he referring to himself? He should be. And the image I have of Christian as a small, dirty, fearful, lost boy comes to mind. You had to put like 5 descriptive words. I curl around him, holding him tighter, pulling the sheet over him as I lay my cheek against his chest. What? He asks, puzzled by my reaction. Nothing, I murmur. No, this works both ways, Anna. What is it? Nothing between them works both ways, ever. I glance up, assessing his apprehensive expression, resting my cheek upon his chest once more. I decide to tell him. Sometimes I picture you as a child, before you came to live with the Greys. Christian stiffens. I wasn't talking about me. I don't want your pity, Anastasia. That part of my life is done. Gone. Because of course he's angry, because everything makes him angry. It's not pity, I whisper, appalled. Kind of is. It's sympathy and sorrow. Sorrow that anyone could do that to a child. I take a deep, steadying breath as my stomach twists and tears prick my eyes anew. That part of your life is not done, Christian. How can you say that? You live every day with your past. You told me yourself. 50 Shades, remember? My voice is barely audible. This is not the moment or time or place to be doing this. This is a conversation you have in a therapist's office, not the one he has, but a good one. I know it's why you feel the need to control me, keep me safe. You are pretending to know things you should not because she's not that well educated on the myriad of subjects she would have to know about to put that together. Also, she's just generally stupid. And yet you chose to defy me, he murmurs, baffled, stilling his hand in my hair. I frown. Holy cow. Do I do that deliberately? No! No! Please no! Please no! I didn't think her brainwashing could get worse, but I think it's about to. Christ. So it's like, so the book is saying because of his past, which he's clearly never dealt with, even though he says he has and is at peace with it or whatever, that is why he needs to control her so much. Not saying it doesn't contribute, it certainly does. But that ain't the only reason. Not by a mile. And just because he has a tragic past does not give him the right to act the way that he does in any way. And no, she should not be giving into it and letting him control her every move just so he never ever worries. He needs to learn to not worry all the time. My subconscious removes her half-moon glasses and chews the end, pursing her lips and nodding. I ignore her. This is confusing. I'm his wife, not his submissive, not some company he's acquired. I'm not the crack whore who was his mother. Fuck. The thought is sickening. Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Honey, are you just now realizing that you are a piece of property to him, and yes, you are the stand-in for the crack whore mother? Again, she's been told these things. Like, how is she having revelations in the last book and the last half of the last book on things she was told in the very beginning. Like this is her going, "Oh my god, do people really think I slept my way to the top?" Yes, because you did. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I mean, there is, but hey, if you can make it work, you do you. Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Just keep doing what you're doing. Christian is head over heels. It's a delight to see. Well, he's something, all right. That's it. I'm just doing what I've always done. Isn't that what Christian found attractive in the first place? No. No, it isn't. He saw a petite woman with brown hair and absolutely no readable personality or thoughts of her own. That's what he found attractive. The brain deadness. Oh, this man is so confusing. Not really. He's actually very basic. Dr. Flynn said I should give you the benefit of the doubt. I think I do. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's my way of bringing you into the here and now, away from your past, I whisper. I don't know. I just can't seem to get a handle on how far you'll overreact. Ah! All right, we got our first highlight. Because I love that it's not even a question of if he will overreact. It's a question of by how much. This is why she's constantly in damage control mode and like tiptoeing and walking on eggshells around him, and I hate that. He's silent for a moment. Fucking Flynn, he mutters to himself. He said that I should continue to behave the way I always behaved with you. Did he now? Christian says dryly. Well, what, did you tell him to tell her something else? Help program your little permanent submissive? He freezes. Okay, here goes nothing. Christian, I know you loved your mom and you couldn't save her. It wasn't your job to do that, but I'm not her. For all intents and purposes, you are. He freezes again. Don't, he whispers. No, listen, please. I raise my head to stare into wide eyes that are paralyzed with fear. He's holding his breath. Oh, Christian, my heart constricts. I cannot take this. I do not feel sorry for him at all. I do not see him the way he is trying to be portrayed here. I think this would look ridiculous. There's a reason this scene didn't get filmed. Like, he's gone way, 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 way too far to ever be a sympathetic character. You cannot unring the bell. And also, this is way too little too late. I'm not her. I'm much stronger than she was. I have you, and you're much stronger now, and I know you love me, and I love you too, I whisper. Why? Of course I. His brow creases as if my words were not what he expected. Do you still love me? He asks. Of course I do, Christian. I will always love you, no matter what you do to me. Is this the reassurance that he wants? Never say that! She basically just said, no matter what you do, I will never leave you. Just absolutely cementing his control and dominion over her body to where, like, you know, he's going to throw that in her face the next time he's doing something god awful to her and she tells him to stop. He's going to say, well, you said I could do anything I wanted to you. Because that's what she just said. He exhales and closes his eyes, placing an arm over his face again, but hugging me closer too. Don't hide from me. Reaching up, I grasp his hand and pull his arm away from his face. You spent your life hiding. Please don't. Not from me. He looks at me with incredulity and frowns. Hide it? Excuse me. Yes. He shifts suddenly, rolling over onto the side and moving me so that I'm laying beside him on the bed. He reaches up, smooths my hair off my face, and tucks it behind my ear. You asked me earlier today if I hated you. I didn't understand why. And now. He stops, staring down at me as if I'm a complete conundrum. You still think I hate you? My voice is incredulous. No, he shakes his head. Not now. He looks relieved. But I need to know. Why did you safe word, Hannah? Oh, did she actually use the safe word? Did I forget that? I may have forgotten. I blanch. What can I tell him? That he frightened me? That I didn't know if he'd stop? That I begged him and he didn't stop? That I didn't want things to escalate like that one time in here? I shudder as I recall him whipping me with the belt, which never happened, by the way. Like, she has the most delusional recollection of that because that's not what happened. And he's done far worse since then. Far worse. And yes, that's exactly what you should tell him. You frightened me. I didn't know if you would stop. I begged you to stop and you didn't. So, yeah, I safe worded. Duh. But we gonna highlight all of that because I'm just gonna drop somebody an invite just in case. I swallow because you were so angry and distant and cold. I didn't know how far you'd go. His expression is unreadable. Were you going to let me come? Still spelling it wrong. My voice is barely a whisper, and I feel a blush steal over my cheeks as I hold his gaze. No, he says eventually. See, this is the point. He was used because this is not the first time he's used it. What he was doing was edging her. It's also called orgasm denial or orgasm withdrawal, depending on your chosen term. But that's what he was doing, and it's not the first time that he's done it, and he was absolutely doing it just to punish her. It was not sexual in any way, even though it was a sex act. It was just punishment. It was just designed to cause her pain and distress. And he just said that he was going to leave her like that. Because, again, he doesn't do aftercare or care. It is 100% one sided. Anytime somebody is willing to use sex as a weapon in a relationship, like, you got problems. Holy crap. That's harsh. That's a lot of things. His knuckles gently graze my cheek. But effective, he murmurs. He can fuck right off. I would have slapped him, honest to God. He gazes down at me as if he's trying to see into my soul, his eyes darkening. After an eternity, he murmurs, I'm glad you did. Really, I don't understand. His lips twist in a sad smile. Yes, I don't want to hurt you. I got carried away. Which is worse? That he did it on purpose? Or that he so lost control of himself that he couldn't make himself stop, or he wasn't fully in control of or aware of what he was doing to her? Which is worse? He reaches down and kisses me, lost in the moment. He kisses me again. Happens a lot with you. Okay, this is where I need a giant red flag to wave. Oh, and for some bizarre reason, the thought pleases me. Because she has a death wish. I grin. Why does that make me happy? He grins too. I don't know why you're grinning, Mrs. Gray. Me either. He wraps himself around me and places his head on my chest. We're a tangle of naked and demi-clad limbs and satin red sheets. I stroke his back with one hand and run the fingers of my other hand through his hair. He sighs and relaxes in my arms. It means I can trust you to stop me. I never want to hurt you, he murmurs. I need. He halts. You need what? I need control, Anna. Like I need you. It's the only way I can function. I can't let go of it. I can't. I've tried. And yet with you. Okay, so he basically just said, I know I can't stop myself from hurting you, so I need you to tell me when I've gone too far. This is a recipe for disaster. Oh. He's barking in his sleep. Okay, he's really barking in his sleep. I hope the mic picked up some of that because it's really cute when he does that. His little squeaky bark. But he was really given something what for. Good boy. I swallow. This is the heart of our dilemma. His need for control and his need for me. I refuse to believe these are mutually exclusive. Because you're a dumbass. Because in fact, they're one and the same. His need is to control you. I need you too, I whisper, hugging him tighter. I'll try, Christian. I'll try to be more considerate, dear God. You were not inconsiderate by going out for a drink with a friend as you had planned to. He was being inconsiderate by trying to say, no, you can't. You have to stay in the apartment where I tell you and never, ever, 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 ever leave. Because that's effectively what he's doing. Like, he hates when she goes out at all, even to work, which she does not work. Like, I really wish they had just dropped that. And just never said what she does, because it's just frustrating. I want you to need me, he murmurs. Holy cow. I do. My voice is impassioned. I need him so much. I love him so much. I want to look after you. You do, all the time. I missed you so much while you were away. I don't know who's speaking here. You did? He sounds so surprised. Yes, of course. I hate you going away. I sense his smile. You could have come with me. Christian, please, let's not rehash that argument. I want to work. He is never, ever, 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 ever going to let you. He sighs, and I run my fingers gently through his hair. I think we've had that line 7 times now. I love you, Anna. I love you too, Christian. I will always love you. And we both lie still in the quiet after our storm, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I drift, exhausted, into sleep. Ugh. I wake with a start, disoriented. Where am I? The playroom. The lights are still on, softly illuminating the blood red walls. Christian moans again, and I realize that's what woke me. No, he groans. He's sprawled out beside me, his head back, his eyes screwed shut, his face contorted in anguish. Holy shit, he's having a nightmare. No, he cries out again. Christian, wake up. I struggle to sit up, kicking off the sheet, kneeling beside him. I grab his shoulders and shake him as tears spring to my eyes. Okay, seriously. Now they're both infantilizing each other because, like, come on. Christian, please wake up. His eyes spring open, gray and wild, his pupils enlarged with fear. He stares vacantly up at me. Christian, you're having a nightmare. You're home. You're safe. I thought she was the cure for nightmares. As long as she was next to him, all the bad things stayed away. What happened to that? Did she lose her superpowers? He blinks, looks around frantically, and frowns as he takes in our surroundings. Then his eyes are back on mine. Anna, he breathes. And with no preamble whatsoever, he grabs my face with both hands. Here we go. Pulls me down onto his chest and kisses me hard. He's gonna like fuck her and fall back asleep. His tongue invades my mouth and he tastes of desperation and need. Barely giving me a chance to breathe, he rolls over. His lips lock to mine, so he's pressing me into the hard mattress of the four-poster. He's just gonna totally just do it without a word, because apparently they have like implied consent or something. I don't know. Book is assuming that they do. I mean, they're married, but that doesn't always. One of his hands clasps my jaw, the other spreads out on top of my head, keeping me still as his knee parts my legs and he nestles, still clothed in his jeans, between my thighs. Oh, okay, so he's wearing pants, I guess. No, what is he? He's like holding her head like a cookie jar. Like what? He's holding her head like this. Like what? That just sounds so uncomfortable. Ugh, really need to scratch. Okay, my sock was stuck to my shoe. Okay, that's better. I had to scratch. Anna, he gasps, as if he can't believe I'm here with him. He gazes down at me for a split second, allowing me a moment to breathe. Then his lips are on mine again, plundering my mouth, taking all I have to give. Notice how he never cares if he chokes her. He groans loudly, flexing his hips into mine. His erection sheathed in denim pushes into my soft flesh. Ow, zipper! Oh, I moan, and all the pent-up sexual tension of earlier erupts, resurfacing with a vengeance, flushing my system with desire and need. Driven by his demons, he urgently kisses my face, my eyes, my cheeks, along my jaw. This just sounds messy and ick. I'm here, I whisper, trying to calm him, our heated, panting breath mingling. I wrap my arms around his shoulders as I grind my pelvis against his in welcome. Oh, Anna, he pants, his voice rough and low. I need you. Me too, I whisper urgently, my body desperate for his touch. I want him. I want him now. I want to heal him. I want to heal me. I need this. His hand reaches down and tugs on the button of his fly, fumbling momentarily, then freeing his erection. I knew this was gonna. Holy shit. I was asleep less than a minute ago. Oh my god! One, not possible. Not for all the things that have been described. They did not all take place inside 60 seconds. There's no way. It's been like minimum 3 minutes. He shifts, staring down at me for a split second, suspended above me. Yes, please, I breathe, my voice hoarse and needy. And in one swift move, he buries himself inside me. Ow. Ah! I cry out, not from any pain, but from surprise at his alacrity? Alacrity. This is definitely a thesaurus.com word. And yes, AH still means pain. So I don't care if she said it's not from pain. She cried out in pain. Learn how to write. He groans and his lips find mine again as he pushes into me. Over and over, his tongue possessing me too. He moves frantically, compelled by his fear, his lust, his desire, his love? Question mark. I don't know, but I meet him thrust for thrust, welcoming him. Anna, he growls almost inarticulately. He's still like half asleep, I swear. And he comes powerfully, pouring himself into me, his face strained. Okay, if we're going by E.L. James's own words here, this means that Christian Grey has gone from the throes of a nightmare to orgasming inside of his wife in about 75 seconds. Was he really having a nightmare? Just, gentlemen in the chat, does that not seem a little implausible? I mean, I'm not a male. I don't know. Back me up here. It would be concerning. Like you should be seeing a doctor. I'm gonna be laughing at that all night now. Yeah, I really gotta wonder if her husband is like a two-pump chump, as they say as well, because all of her male characters have this in common. Like, the other book was exactly the same. We even counted every single time they had sex. He literally thrust 3 times and came in like less than half a minute once he was actually like in there. So, yeah, she's got a thing about his face is strained, his body rigid before he collapses with his full weight onto me, panting, and he leaves me hanging again. Yeah, because he's not thinking about you. You are a literal fuck doll at this moment. He's not even thinking of you as human. You're the thing that he fucks when he has a bad dream. Holy shit, this is not my night. I hold him, drawing in a lungful of air and practically writhing with need beneath him. Yeah, he was also like smothering her with his mouth the whole time, with his tongue in her mouth. He eases out of me and holds me for minutes. Many minutes. Finally, he shakes his head and leans up on his elbows, taking some of his weight. He's been just laying on top of her for who knows how long. He gazes down at me as if seeing me for the first time. Because he is! You could have been anyone or anything! Like, what part of this are you not getting? Oh, Anna, sweet Jesus. He bends and kisses me tenderly. You okay? I breathe, caressing his lovely face. He nods, but he looks shaken and most definitely stirred. My own lost boy. Ugh, right here. Right here. He frowns and stares intently into my eyes as if finally registering where he is. So are we saying he just did that like half awake or half asleep, depending on how you want to look at it? You? He asks, concern in his voice. Um, I wiggle beneath him. After a moment, he smiles a slow, carnal smile. Mrs. Gray, you have needs, he murmurs. He kisses me swiftly, then scoots off the bed. Kneeling on. Oh, God, is he gonna go down? Is he gonna go down? Because I cannot. I am not. I'm taking a drink. I am preemptively. This is my first drink of the evening, first sip of wine. I'm preemptively taking a drink because I think he's about to go down and I'm gonna vomit. No, apparently I did remember to take the wine out of the fridge in time. Problem is, when it's been sitting in my fridge for now 2 weeks, it gets really cold. I don't know why, because I even turned my fridge down, but it's like it's been on overdrive. Like, the bottom of the milk was frozen. How did I do that? Or did you mean, in America, isn't Peter Pan also a peanut butter brand? I got, oh, the Lost Boys. Oh, I was thinking of the vampire movie in the 80s with, there's like somebody famous in it. I don't remember. But I forgot that they were called the Lost Boys. You're right, they are. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense than the vampire thing. That's right, they're called the Lost Boys. I'd forgotten that. I was always a little distracted by the mermaids, you know. Yes, those girls were DTF, and you know it. Kneeling on the floor at the end of the bed, he reaches up and grabs me just above the knees, pulls me towards him so my behind is on the edge of the bed. Sit up, he murmurs. I struggle into a sitting position, my hair falling like a veil around me, down to my breasts. His gray gaze holds mine as he gently pushes my legs apart as far as they'll go. I lean back on my hands, knowing full well what he's going to do, but he just, so he's just staring at her vagina. You're so fucking beautiful, Anna, he breathes. And I watch his his cop, eh. And I watch his copper-haired head dip and plant a trail of kisses up my right thigh, heading north. If you say up your thigh, do you really need to add heading north? My whole body clenches in anticipation. He glances up at me, his eyes darkening through long lashes. Watch, he rasps. And his mouth is on me, because of course she has to be watching. Oh my. I cry out as the world is concentrated at the apex of my thighs, and it's so erotic. No, it's not. not when it involves him in this book. Fuck. Watching him, watching his tongue against what feels like the most sensitive part of my body. There's a reason for that. And he shows no mercy, teasing and taunting, worshipping me. My body tenses and my arms start to tremble from the strain of staying upright. No. Ah, I murmur. Gently, he eases one finger inside me, and I can bear it no more, collapsing back onto the bed, relishing his mouth and fingers on me and in me. Slowly and gently, he massages that sweet, sweet spot deep inside me. How many people had to Google what that is? And that's it. I'm gone. I explode around him, crying out an incoherent rendition of his name as my intense orgasm arches my back off the bed. I think I see stars. It's such a visceral, primal feeling. Vaguely, I'm aware that he's nuzzling my belly, giving me soft, sweet kisses. Reaching down, I caress his hair. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs, and before I fully come back to Seattle, planet Earth, he's reaching for me, grasping my hips and pulling me off the bed to where he's kneeling, onto his waiting lap and onto his waiting erection. Yeah, no. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Hairball. I gasp as he fills me. Holy cow. Oh, baby, he breathes as he wraps his arms around me and stills, cradling my head and kissing my face. He flexes his hips and pleasure spikes hot and hard coming from deep within. He reaches for my behind and lifts me, rocking his groin upward. Ah, I moan, and his lips are on mine again as he slowly, oh so slowly, lifts and rocks. Lifts and rocks. I throw my arms around his neck, surrendering to his gentle rhythm, to wherever he'll take me. I flex my thighs, riding him. He feels so good. Leaning backwards, I tilt my head back and open my mouth wide in a silent expression of pleasure, reveling in his sweet love-making. That's not what this is. Anna, he breathes and he leans down, kissing my throat, holding me tight, slowly easing in and out, pushing me higher and higher. So exquisitely timed. A fluid carnal force. Blissful pleasure radiates outward from deep, deep inside me as he holds me so intimately. I love you, Anna, he whispers close to my ear, his voice low and harsh, and he lifts me again, up and down, up and down. I curl my hands back around his neck into his hair. I love you too, Christian. Opening my eyes, I find he's gazing at me, and all I see is his love, shining bright and bold in the soft glow of the playroom, his nightmare seemingly forgotten. And as I feel my body build towards my release, I realize this is what I wanted. This connection. This demonstration of our love. That is none of what this is. That is absolutely none of what just happened. Come for me, baby, he whispers, his voice low. I screw my eyes shut for a second as my body tightens at the low sound of his voice, and I come loudly, spiraling into an intense climax. He stills, his forehead against mine, and he softly whispers my name, wraps his arms around me, and finds his own release. Thank God that's the end of that scene. Or it's not. I thought it was, and then I read the next line. I gotta stop doing that. There's a space there. That's why I thought it was the end of the scene. I should have more coffee. He lifts me gently and lays me on the bed. I lie in his arms, wrung out and finally sated. He nuzzles my neck. Better now, he whispers. Hmm. Shall we go to bed or do you want to sleep here? Hmm. Mrs. Gray, talk to me. He sounds amused. Hmm. Is that the best you can do? Hmm. Okay, this was cute, then I got stupid. Come, let's put you to bed. I don't like sleeping here. Reluctantly, I shift and turn to face him. Wait, I whisper. He blinks at me, looking all wide-eyed and innocent, at the same time thoroughly fucked and pleased with himself. Are you okay? I ask. He nods, smiling smugly like an adolescent boy. I am now. Yeah, 'cause you fucked the past away. Oh, Christian, I scold and gently stroke his lovely face. I was talking about your nightmare. His expression freezes momentarily. Then he closes his eyes and tightens his arms around me, burying his face in my neck. Don't, he whispers. His voice is hoarse and raw. My heart lurches and twists once more in my chest. Oh, stop it. I'm so sick of this. And I clutch him tightly, running my hands down his back and through his hair. I'm sorry, I whisper, alarmed by his reaction. Holy fuck. How can I keep up with these mood swings? What the hell was his nightmare about? I don't want to cause him any more pain by making him relive the details. It's okay, I murmur softly, desperate to bring him back to the playful boy of a moment ago. It's okay, I repeat over and over, soothingly, like a dog. Let's go to bed, he says quietly after a while, and he pulls away from me, leaving me empty and aching as he rises from the bed. I scramble after him, keeping the satin sheet around me, and bend to pick up my clothes. Leave those, he says. And before I know it, he's scooped me up in his arms. I don't want you to trip over the sheet and break your neck. I put my arms around him, marveling that he's recovered his composure, and I nuzzle him as he carries me downstairs to our bedroom. Did we ever establish that the playroom is upstairs? In the movie, it's not. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe she meant carries her upstairs to the bedroom because that would make more sense. Because that's where it is. But who cares? Continuity is for the weak. That's why I try so hard to keep it. My eyes spring open. Something is wrong. Christian's not in bed. No, it's still dark. How much are we cramming into one night here? Come on. Shouldn't it be morning by now? Glancing at the radio alarm, I see it's 3:20 in the morning. Where's Christian? Then I hear the piano. Quickly slipping out of bed, I grab my robe and run down the hallway to the great room. The tune he's playing is so sad, a mournful lament that I've heard him play before. I pause in the doorway and watch him in a pool of light while the achingly sorrowful music fills the room. He finishes and then starts the piece again. Why such a plaintive tune? Excuse me. I wrap my arms around myself and listen spellbound as he plays, but my heart aches. Christian, why so sad? Oh, hiccups. It's because of me. Did I do this? She's already blaming herself. She doesn't even know what's like fully going on, but it's somehow her fault. When he finishes, only to start a third time, I can bear it no longer. He doesn't look up as I near the piano, but shifts to one side so I can sit beside him on the piano bench. He continues to play, and I put my head on his shoulder. He kisses my hair but doesn't stop playing until he's finished the piece. I peek up at him and he's staring down at me warily. Did I wake you? He asks. Only because you were gone. What's this piece called? It's Chopin, one of his preludes in E minor. Christian pauses. It's called Suffocation. Reaching over, I take his hand. You're really shaken by all this, aren't you? He snorts. A deranged asshole gets into my apartment to kidnap my wife. She won't do as she's told. She drives me crazy. She safe words on me. Okay, he should not be saying this with the safe word thing. We'll get to that in a second. He closes his eyes briefly, and when he opens them again, they're stark and raw. Yeah, I'm pretty shaken up. Okay, any trained dominant or anyone who knows fuck all about BDSM for real knows you never, ever, ever call someone out for using the safe word. You can never, ever, ever make it a bad thing, a negative thing, or something they shouldn't have done, or punish somebody for it because it is the ultimate stop. And it has to work every time, and they have to be comfortable and willing to say it when they need to. So by him associating it with you safe worded on me and that made me feel terrible, she's going to hesitate to say the safe word when she needs to next time. And this is where you get into trauma. Not that she shouldn't already be highly traumatized from what he's done, but that if you see what I'm saying, this is where like it goes way, way, way too far because she doesn't say stop, and this is how people end up in the ER or worse. Oh. Okay. Oh, man, these spikes tonight are getting to me. Yes, they do go all the way around. All the way down here. Though down here, where this was right where it was really bugging me last week, I have like this huge bruise right there. Ow, I can feel the edge of it right there. But yes, the spikes do go all the way around. Oh. Oh. Really wish I had a chiropractor. Just like once every 6 months. Oh, there's Kitty. I think Kitty's over at Zoomies. Just as I was getting started, he got a big case of the Zoomies. I squeeze his hand. I'm sorry. He presses his forehead against mine. I dreamed you were dead, he whispers. So now he's guilt tripping her. What? Laying on the floor, so cold, and you wouldn't wake up. Exactly like his mother. So basically, he just had a bad dream about his mother's death, but this time replaced Anna. Because as if we needed more proof that he sees her as his mother. Oh, 50. Hey, it was just a bad dream. Reaching up, I clasp his head in my hands, his eyes burning into mine, and the anguish in them is sobering. I'm here, and I'm cold without you in bed. Come back to bed, please. I take his hand and stand, waiting to see if he'll follow me. Finally, he stands too. He's wearing his PJ bottoms, and they're hung in that way he has. Okay, not the time! And I want to run my fingers along the inside of his waistband, but I resist and lead him back to the bedroom. Ew! It was a wholly inappropriate moment to be horny. I don't care how good his V-line looks. When I wake, he's curled around me, sleeping peacefully. I relax and enjoy his enveloping heat, his skin on my skin. I lie very still, not wanting to disturb him. Boy, what an evening. I feel like I've been run over by a train, the freight train that is my husband. Hard to believe that the man lying beside me, looking so serene and young in his sleep, was so tortured last night. And so tortured me last night. Yep, that's exactly what he did. I gaze up at the ceiling, and it occurs to me that I always think of Christian as strong and dominating. Yet the reality is he's so fragile. My lost boy. Stop it. Like, is she officially Wendy now? Like, and the irony is that he looks upon me as fragile, and I don't think I am. Compared to him, I'm strong. No, you're not! No, you're not! No, you're not! No, you're not! Because you would have to exist first, and you barely qualify. But I'm strong enough for the. But am I strong enough for the both of us? That's not how that works. Strong enough to do what I'm told and give him some peace of mind? I sigh. Fuck right off! Fuck all the way off! Fuck you, E.L. James. Fuck this book. Fuck anyone who sees this as a relationship guide. Because no, you are not being strong by surrendering your free will so that your crazy ass psycho husband will be less of a fucking psycho because it like makes him borderline stable for a few minutes as long as he tracks your every fucking move. Okay, you're not being strong by giving into that crap. You're being incredibly weak. Because a strong person would tell him, Christian, you need to sort out your issues because you can't control me every second. You can't know where I am every second. And the fact that you need to so much that it gives you crippling anxiety and makes you fly back from New York is a big red flag that you need serious intensive therapy with a real therapist, not the quack you can pay to say whatever you want. I sigh. He's not asking that much of me. Yes, he is. Yes, he is and always has been. I flit through our conversation of last night. Can we decide anything other than to both try harder? The bottom line is that I love this man, and I need to chart a course for both of us. Okay, the problem is you can't fix your relationship by yourself. So she's doing the I can fix him thing, and the I can somehow craft this into a workable marriage. As long as I just figure out absolutely everything that triggers him and then never do it. That's what I'm getting of her plan here. Okay, it's like the worst timing, but I'm getting so hungry. One that lets me keep my integrity and independence, but still be more for him. I am his more, and he is mine. I don't even know what that is trying to mean because it's too stupid. I resolved to make a special effort this weekend not to give him cause for concern. Honey, you can't have any integrity or independence. That is literally like antithetical. That's not the word I mean, but it's the opposite of what he needs. You can't do both. Christian stirs and lifts his head off my chest, looking sleepily at me. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I smile. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Did you sleep well? He stretches out beside me. Once my husband stopped making that terrible racket on the piano, yes, I did. He smiles his shy smile and I melt. Terrible racket. I'll be sure to email Miss Kathy and let her know. Miss Kathy? My piano teacher. I giggle. That's a lovely sound, he says. Shall we have a better day today? Okay, I agree. What do you want to do? After I've made love to my wife and she's cooked me breakfast, I'd like to take her to Aspen. I gape at him. Aspen? Yes. Aspen, Colorado? The very same, unless they moved it. After all, you did pay $24,000 for the experience. And grin at him. That was your money. Our money. Actually, that was her money because it was the money he got from illegally selling her car without her knowledge or consent, which he was somehow able to do and somehow got, supposedly, $24,000 for like a 10-year-old couldn't make it from Portland to Seattle car. Because you're fucking right. It was your money when I made the bid. I roll my eyes. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you and your eye rolling, he whispers as he runs his hand up my thigh, because of course he's ready to go again. Won't it take hours to get to Colorado? I ask to distract him. Not by jet, he says silkily as his hand reaches my behind. Of course my husband has a jet. How could I forget? His hand continues to skim up my body, lifting my nightdress as it goes. And soon I've forgotten everything. Because he put rubies in her breakfast juice. We've established he's got a pretty unlimited supply. That's what the relationship between him and Flynn is, because Flynn's a psychiatrist, he can write. So that's what it is. That's why Christian overpays him. Flynn's also his dealer. I'm making that canon now. Oh, that would make sense. Doing sticky uppy pieces on my hair. Taylor drives us onto the tarmac at SeaTac and around to where the GEH jet is waiting. It's a gray day in Seattle, but I refuse to let the weather dampen my soaring spirits. Christian is in a much better mood. He's excited about something, lit up like Christmas and twitching like a small boy with a big secret. Can we stop with the infantile? He's been called a boy like so many times. Like, I've only read 10 pages, and it's been like 20 times. Stop it. Also, this must have ruined the fantasy for so many women. Like, of him being the strong, dominant, always in control, big, strong man who will take care of me thing. And then he's portrayed in this one as frightened little boy constantly. Hello, Amasans? I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I apologize. But hello and welcome here. Good to see you from the Twitch audience. Oh. Always nice to have new people. Please say hello to our ducks. That's Ralph and Charlotte, Steve, and Paddington. Ah, no problem. You're all good. I wonder what scheme he's concocted. He looks dreamy, all tousled hair, white t-shirt and black jeans. Not CEO-like at all today. He takes my hand as Taylor glides to a stop at the foot of the jet steps. I have a surprise for you, he murmurs and kisses my knuckles. What is with the knuckles in this one? I grin at him. Good surprise? I hope so, he says warmly. What can it be? Sawyer leaps out from the front and opens my door. Taylor opens Christian's, then retrieves our cases from the trunk. Stephen is waiting at the top of the stairs and we enter the aircraft. I glance at the cockpit to see First Officer blithely flipping switches on the imposing instrument panel. Christian and Stephen shake hands. Good morning, sir. Stephen smiles. Thanks for doing this on such short notice. Christian grins back at him. Our guests here? Yes, sir. Guests? I turn and gasp. Kate, Elliot, Mia, and Ethan are all smiling and sitting in the cream-colored leather seats. Wow. I spin around to Christian. Surprise, he says. How? When? Who? I mumble, inarticulate, trying to contain my delight and elation. Oh my god, all the people that he's kept me away from since the day we met. See, he's supposed to get like big up points for this, for inviting mostly his family. He's related to 3 of those people. And then her best friend to come with them to Aspen for the weekend. But the only reason she hasn't seen these people, and like again, most of them are his family that she doesn't really know all that well, but her best friend that he was just mad at her yesterday for going out with. But it's putting something else under his control. It's him saying, "See, look, when you don't piss me off and you let me use you for sex like 6 times in one day and you know, are a good girl and do what you told, I'll let you see your friends." He said you didn't see enough of your friends. He shrugs and gives me a lopsided apologetic smile. Oh, Christian, thank you. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him hard in front of everyone. He puts his hands on my hips, hooking his thumbs into the belt loops of my jeans, and deepens the kiss. Oh my. Keep this up and I'll drag you into the bedroom, he murmurs. You wouldn't dare, I whisper against his lips. Oh, Anastasia. He grins, shaking his head. He releases me and without further preamble stoops down and grabs my thighs and lifts me over his shoulder. Christian, put me down. I smack his behind. I briefly catch Stepan's smile as he turns and heads into the cockpit. Taylor is standing in the doorway trying to stifle his grin. Ignoring my pleas and my futile struggles, Christian strides through the narrow cabin, past Mia and Ethan, who are facing each other in the single seats, and past Kate and Elliot, who is whooping like a demented gibbon. Are these people all in, like, is it their first day of college? If you'll excuse me, he says to our 4 guests, I need to have a word with my wife in private. Nobody does this in real life. Christian, I shout, put me down. All in good time, baby. I have a brief view of Mia, Kate, and Elliot laughing. Damn it. This is not funny, it's embarrassing. Yes, and I'd be fucking livid and trying to knee him in the face for this shit. Christian closes the cabin door behind him and releases me, letting me slide down his body slowly so that I feel every hard sinew and muscle. He gives me his boyish grin, thoroughly pleased with himself. That was quite a show, Mr. Gray. I cross my arms and regard him with faux indignation. That was fun, Mrs. Gray. His grin widens. Oh boy, he looks so young. Okay, but can we just point out what he did was just, in front of all her friends, make the statement that she is his property and he's going to do whatever he wants with her, no matter who is around and no matter if they're in public and no matter if she's saying, put me down. Because none of that matters. He's doing it to show her as well. That, like, you will not misbehave, you will not disobey me just because your friends are around. I will still do whatever I want because you belong to me. Are you going to follow through? I arch a brow, unsure how I feel about this. I mean, the others will hear us, for heaven's sakes. Suddenly I feel shy, glancing anxiously at the bed. I feel a blush steal across my cheeks as I recall our wedding night. We talked so much yesterday. Did so much yesterday. I feel as if we've leaped some unknown hurdle. But that's the problem. It's unknown. My eyes find Christian's intense but amused gaze, and I'm unable to keep a straight face. His grin is too infectious. I think it might be rude to keep our guests waiting, he says, silkily as he steps towards me. When did he start to care what people think? He doesn't. He's just playing a game with you, girlie. Do you not get it? I step back against the cabin wall and he imprisons me, the heat from his body holding me in place. He leans down and runs his nose along mine. Good surprise, he whispers, and there's a hint of anxiety in his voice. Oh, Christian, fantastic surprise. I run my hands up his chest and curl them around his neck and kiss him. When did you organize this? I ask when he pulls away from me, stroking. I ask when I pull away from him, stroking his hair. Last night, when I couldn't sleep, I emailed Elliot and Mia, and here they are. It's very thoughtful. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have a great time. I'm sure four people had absolutely no plans for the weekend and were able to just totally drop everything and like join him in a matter of like a couple of hours because they wouldn't have seen until they woke up in the morning and now they're here. So that's very fast. It's very thoughtful of you. I'm sure we'll have a great time. I hope so. I thought it would be easier to avoid the press in Aspen than at home. The paparazzi. He's right. If we stayed in Escala, we'd have we'd have been imprisoned. A shiver runs down my spine as I recollect the snapping cameras and the dazzling flashes of the few photographers Taylor sped through this morning. Come, we better take our seats. Stephen will be taking off shortly. He offers me his hand together and we walk back into the cabin. Elliot cheers as we enter. That sure was speedy in-flight service, he calls mockingly. Christian ignores him. Well, as we all know, Christian definitely could have serviced her in that time because it was more than long enough. At least according to his last few encounters. Okay, we're pausing for a drink. Because we're making excellent time, so we're good. So, which is worse? A question from earlier. That he didn't know that he was going too far? Or that he knew and couldn't stop himself? The not knowing is probably the more dangerous of the two. Because it's like the person who is so drunk they don't realize they ran over a cyclist until they get arrested the next morning. You know, that's arguably worse. No, not so sure. Still have these in hand. They're brand new and very shiny. No, they're a little flimsy for my taste. I'm gonna have to find some thicker ones. Thicker ones are better. They feel better. And I don't have to worry about breaking them as much. Though the ones I broke were thick. I still cannot believe they actually broke. That was not intentional. I think they were probably very badly made. And we're talking about 50 Shades merch, so of course it was all badly made. I'm still working on the tie, by the way. The new tie that I'm going to make out of these. I've got the plan in my head. Just need to do the actual sewing part, which I'm not very good at. So, but we will have it for New Year's or whichever. I'm not sure. I think Christmas and New Year's are both like Wednesdays this year, so we'll have it for as close to New Year's as a book club falls. Oh, someone new. Okay, those things need like a splash guard. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We'll shortly begin taxiing for takeoff. Stephen's voice echoes calmly and authoritatively around the cabin. The brunette woman, Natalie, who was on the flight for our wedding night, appears from the galley and gathers up the discarded coffee cups. Natalia. Her name is Natalia. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray, she says with a purr. Why does she make me uncomfortable? Maybe it's that she's a brunette. By his own admission, Christian doesn't usually employ brunettes because he finds them attractive. He gives Natalia a polite smile and he slides in behind the table and sits down facing Elliot and Kate. I swiftly hug Kate and Mia and give Ethan and Elliot a wave before sitting down and buckling up beside Christian. He puts his hand on my knee and gives it an affectionate squeeze. He seems relaxed and happy even though we're with company. Idly, I wonder why he can't always be like this. Not controlling at all. Because he's in control of everything. He's on his own private jet where he has gotten 4 people to drop their entire lives and show up on a whim in a matter of like 3 hours. Oh. Hope you packed your hiking boots, he says, his voice warm. We're not going skiing? That would be a challenge in August, he says, amused. Oh, of course. Do you ski, Anna? Elliot interrupts us. No. Christian moves his hand from my knee to clasp my hand. I'm sure my little brother can teach you. Elliot winks at me. He's pretty fast on the slopes, too. And I can't help my blush. I grew up skiing. Not that I could do it now, just physically, but I grew up, I live within driving distance of, the 3 major ski resorts in Ontario that all back onto each other. Mount St. Louis Moonstone, Horseshoe Valley, and why is my brain failing me? I grew up on these places. Mount St. Louis Moonstone, okay, what the hell, brain? I cannot remember the one I just flippin' said. Blue Mountain. Yeah, Mount St. Louis Moonstone, Blue Mountain, Horseshoe Valley. Horseshoe Valley, that's the other one. Ugh. They gotta be loving this weather we're having. It's been like minus 20 for a week. I can't help my blush. When I glance up at Christian, he's gazing impassively at Elliot, but I think he's trying to suppress his mirth. The plane surges forward and starts taxiing towards the runway. Natalia runs through the plane's safety procedures in a clear, ringing voice. She's dressed in a neat navy short-sleeved shirt and matching pencil skirt. Her makeup is immaculate. She really is quite pretty. My subconscious raises a pluck to an inch. Sorry, she's doing the thing where there's like 20 words all stuck together with dashes. My subconscious raises a pluck to within an inch of its life eyebrow at me. You okay? Kate asked me politely. I mean, following the Hyde business. I nod. I don't want to think about or talk about Hyde, but Kate seems to have other plans. Well, she's a journalist for one, and she's on a plane with the 2 people that are all over the press right now, and who have not said anything to the press. Like, again, this is where Kate backstabs them both to get her name out there by saying, I have an exclusive conversation. Like, honestly, she's got like a tape recorder in her purse. Kate should have been more, they could have had her be like the Freddie Lowndes. The TV show Freddie Lowndes, not Red Dragon Freddie Lowndes. TV show Freddie Lowndes, who did exactly that. They should have had Kate do that. Because that would make way more sense. Like, seriously, how is she not going to take advantage of this? That would be asking way too much. So why did he go postal, she asks, cutting to the heart of the matter in her inimitable style. She tosses her hair behind her as she prepares to investigate further. Eyeing her coolly, Christian shrugs. I fired his ass, he says bluntly. Oh, why? Kate tilts her head to one side, and I know she's in full Nancy Drew mode. We had to go with Nancy Drew. He made a pass at me, I mutter. I try to kick Kate's ankle beneath the table and miss. Shit. When? Kate glares at me. Ages ago. You never told me he made a pass at you. She sputters. I shrug apologetically. It can't just be a grudge about that, surely. I mean, his reaction is way too extreme. Kate is right, by the way. Most people's reaction to getting fired is not to commit double attempted murder by planting a bomb on a helicopter and then blow up a server room. Usually they just find whatever website is dedicated to how much you suck and leave a review of how much you suck. Or maybe try to sue. You can always try to sue for wrongful termination, though that's next to impossible, especially in the States. Like, I got hired by an American company once, and they underpaid me $5 an hour for the 6 weeks that I worked for them, and I had absolutely no recourse. Kate continues, but now she directs her questions at Christian. Is he mentally unstable? What about all the information he has on you Greys? Her grilling Christian this way makes my hackles rise. But she's already established that I know nothing, so she can't ask me. The thought is annoying. Well, how about you demand your psycho husband actually keep you informed since it affects the both of you? We think there's a connection with Detroit, Christian says mildly. Too mildly. Oh no. Kate, please give it up for now. Hide us from Detroit too? Christian nods. The plane accelerates and I tighten my grip on Christian's hand. He glances at me reassuringly. He knows I hate takeoffs and landings. He squeezes my hand and his thumb strokes my knuckles, calming me. What do you know about him? Elliot asks, oblivious to the fact that we are hurtling down the runway in a small jet about to launch itself into the sky, and equally oblivious to Christian's growing exasperation with Kate. WTF about the plane? Kate leans forward, listening attentively. This is off the record, Christian says directly to her. Kate's mouth sets in a subtle but thin line. I swallow. Oh shit. Yeah, did you forget who she is? Did you forget what she just graduated from school for? Like, seriously. We know a little about him, Christian continues. His dad died in a bar brawl. His mother drank herself into oblivion. He was in and out of foster homes as a kid. In and out of trouble, too. Mainly boosting cars. Spent time in juvie. His mom got back on track through some outreach program, and Hyde turned himself around. Won a scholarship to Princeton. That's a hell of a swing. Though those schools do love, like, hard luck, rags to riches, come from nothing kind of stories. Absolutely. Princeton. Kate's curiosity is piqued. Yep, he's a bright boy, Christian shrugs. Okay, disclaimer. You do not have to be at all bright, intelligent, or able to put one and one together to go to an Ivy League school. As long as you have the money, you will have a spot there and you will graduate. You can be dumber than two short planks of wood and equally as, conversational. It won't matter. You can still get a degree from Princeton, Harvard, Oxford, Mac, any of the big colleges, like the generational institutional ones. You have the money, they will give you a degree. And that's not even getting into football stars and all that who are, they sign $1 million contracts but they can't read. Not that bright. He got caught, Elliot mutters. But surely he can't have pulled this stunt alone, Kate asks. She's got a point. Him getting into the server room, I can see that. The building still has atrocious security. And how he got into a locked room with a keypad or some kind of security, we don't know. But knowing how to sabotage a helicopter, that's a different story. So is getting access, because we're talking post 9/11 airfields here. You cannot just walk up. It doesn't matter if you're wearing a mechanic's uniform or whatever. You cannot just walk up to a private helicopter and start messing with it and nobody's going to notice. That's just no. All of the no. But apparently this guy is secretly a supervillain. He's secretly Brainiac or something. Something like that. Okay, now for some reason I have the song Dance Monkey stuck in my head. That's gotta be the one. Christian stiffens beside me. We don't know yet. His voice is very quiet. Holy crap. There could be someone working with him? I turn and gape in horror at Christian. He squeezes my hand once more but doesn't look me in the eye. The plane lifts smoothly into the air, and I get that horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. I love that when you're in a really tall elevator and it goes down too fast and your stomach lifts up. We used to there's a section of when we used to drive out to my grandparents' cottage, like a 4 to 5 hour drive, depending. But you get into some real backwoods, unmarked dirt roads territory, because it's up in northern Ontario where there's a whole lot of nothing. And there's this one section to drive there where it's all really deep hills and valleys. So it's one of the few times where as kids we'd get told to be quiet in the car, because you really have to concentrate on driving, because you can screw up and crash really easily even with nothing in front of you. And because it's so steep when you go down, that it would do the stomach drop thing that I liked. And but the problem was, my baby cousin who'd be next to me was the type that if you did that to her, she would just puke all over the place. I think she was in her teens before we actually made it there without her throwing up in the car. But yeah, it's quite the upsy downsy drive. You better have a decent car to do it, or you're not gonna get there. Now, if you ever want to test an off-road vehicle, Northern Ontario is your place. You know, if you're ever designing one, you want to see if it can handle. Yeah, take it out there. If it comes back in less than 100 pieces, you did good. Where are we? Can I pull this along? Blah, blah, blah. How old is he? I asked Christian, leaning close so only he can hear. Much as I'd like to know what's going on, I don't want to encourage Kate's questions. I know they're irritating Christian, and I'm sure she's on his shit list since Cocktail Gate. Okay, you need to tell him to shove that shit. All the way. 32. Why? Curious, that's all. Christian's jaw tightens. Don't be curious about Hyde. I'm just glad the fucker is locked up. It's almost a reprimand, but I choose to ignore his tone. Oh, so he doesn't have the right to reprimand you. Because you're his wife. Not that she acts like it. Christian's jaw tightened. There we go. Do you think he's working with someone? The thought that someone else might be involved makes me sick. It would mean this isn't over. I don't know, Christian answers, and his jaw tightens once more. Okay, just because somebody is in jail does not make this over. Also, like, I'd be worried about what he's going to say while in jail. Because they've established he knows some things or something, or thinks he does. Maybe someone who has a grudge against you. I suggest. Holy shit. I hope it's not the bitch troll. Like Elena, I whisper. I realize I've muttered her name out loud, but only he can hear. Really? You're sitting across from two other people. How are they not able to hear you right now? Like, this is a very small plane, okay? If you haven't seen the movies, but you have seen Criminal Minds, picture the plane from Criminal Minds. Though they pull the BS, like, private conversations, too. I don't have hiccups. They don't hurt. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm going to try one more time to fix this tie because I just noticed it and it's bothering me. I really got to get better. See, what I need is a better tie. It's still doubled over. Stupid tie. Stupid tie. Nope, I knew what I was doing. Okay, next week I'm definitely retying this because it's driving me crazy. Oh my god, it's driving me nuts. I'm aware I'm being OCD as heck right now. Okay, that's what it is. It's all twisted around. Okay, now I'm somehow screwing up the other side. Okay, I'm gonna stop before I take scissors to it. Because that will happen if I don't. I glance anxiously at Kate, but she's deep in conversation with Elliot, who looks pissed at her. How can you not hear what they're saying? Wait, did I skip the line? No. Okay, they just non sequitur. I thought I skipped a line. I gotta stop thinking. I always do that. I think I skipped a line. It's like, no, it's just really shitty writing. You do like to demonize her, don't you? Christian rolls his eyes and shakes his head in disgust. She may hold a grudge, but she wouldn't do this kind of thing. He pins me with a steady gray gaze. Let's not discuss her. I know she's not your favorite topic of conversation. Have you confronted her? I whisper, not sure if I really want to know. And I haven't spoken to her since my birthday party. Please drop it. I don't want to talk about her. He raises my hand and brushes my knuckles with his lips. His eyes burn into mine. And I know I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning right now. Get a room, Elliot teases. Oh, right, you already have. But you didn't need it for long. Christian glances up and pins Elliot with a cool glare. Fuck off, Elliot, he says without malice. Dude, just telling you how it is. Elliot's eyes light up with mirth. Like you'd know. Christian murmurs sardonically, raising an eyebrow. Elliot grins, enjoying the banter. You're married. You married the. You married your first girlfriend. Elliot gestures at me. Oh shit, where is this going? I flush. Can you blame me? Christian kisses my hand again. No. Elliot laughs and shakes his head. I flush and Kate slaps Elliot's thigh. Stop being an ass, she scolds. Listen to your girlfriend, Christian says to Elliot, grinning, and his earlier concern seems to have disappeared. My ears pop with the altitude as we gain altitude. My ear is itchy because my hair is right at that length. That really annoying length where it's just brushing like the top of your ears, but it's not long enough to actually like tuck back properly yet. So especially with headphones on, it's ugh. Like I always forget the annoyances of short hair. Though you know what I noticed today? I've been watching original Night Court. Do not watch the reboot. It's disgustingly lazy and unfunny, as well as just being disgusting a lot of the time. But I was watching old Night Court, and and it was an episode that I actually remember. It's okay for people who are really old or watch really old TV. It's the episode of Night Court where Dan takes home a psychotic woman from court, and she um basically she turns into different movie and TV characters depending on what's on the TV. So like she does all these impressions of famous actors while trying to kill him because she's psychotic. It's played very funny, but I've seen it before. But you know what I never put together? The first time they show her, I went, "Oh my god, that's not a visitor," and it is right before a couple. Well, it would have been no, given the time of because that's in like season 6. So given when that was not that long before she would appear on DS9, which is where I know her from. She played Major Kira on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. But somehow I never recognized it. She's wearing a lot of makeup, I will say. But her hair, like I could do her hair with the length of my hair right now. She's under a lot of makeup. But it's definitely her. And you can see it reminded me of the episode where Jadzia's having that chill ceremony where her former host like can inhabit the bodies of her friends for a day. So it reminded me of there's one impression that she does in Night Court that is the same as she obviously reused it from later when she's playing like the old lady host of Jadzia's. Um, so it was really cute to see her in that, and it must have been like not that long before. But I can see why if somebody saw her in Night Court, they went like, "That's my girl. That's my actress that I want for the character because she's got chops and very pretty." I still love that the reason they changed the Trill makeup because we do see a Trill in Next Gen. There is a Trill, but the makeup's very different to what it winds up being on Jadzia, and that's because when they were redesigning it for DS9, the one of the showrunners called the makeup department that was designing the Trill makeup for what they knew was going to be a long-term character, and they told them he apparently and this is on one of the commentaries he the showrunner guy called the makeup guy and they were discussing the Trill makeup and he said I've hired a pretty girl, keep her pretty. So that's why Jadzia has the spots going around her face rather than down her face, and there's no prosthetics on her face. Also, the actress herself is very, very sensitive. So they had to always, they actually had to find a new kind of makeup to do the spots because she reacted to the first two. That's also why in the episode The Ship, where they were out in a real quarry and it was very, very sunny and very reflective, she's in a cave the entire time because her skin couldn't take that level of sun. She would have burned to a crisp. That's why she gets written down in at least 2 episodes was to keep her out of the sun. I can't, learning how to type one-handed. I actually did do that for a summer. I almost broke my wrist. I had a brace on that kept pressing too many keys and annoying me. I got my on the page. Listen to your girlfriend, Christian says to Elliot, grinning. And its earlier concern seems to have disappeared. My ears pop as we gain altitude, and the tension in the cabin dissipates as the plane levels out. Kate scowls at Elliot. Is something up between them? I'm not sure. Doesn't he propose at some point? In the movie, he does. That doesn't mean it's in the book. They added a lot. So possibly no. I don't know. Elliot is right. I snorted the irony. Was Christian's first girlfriend, and now I'm his wife. The 15, the 15, okay. The 15 and the evil Mrs. Robinson, they don't count. Oh, she's referring to the submissives. I thought there was 14. I thought she is number 15. I'm fairly certain I'm right about this. Yes, because whenever I make the joke, we always said, did he confirm that 4 of them are still alive, therefore he murdered and buried the other 10? Yeah, so it's 14, not 15. Oh my god, she made that mistake in her own book. I'm definitely right about this. It was 14, not 15. I'm so right about this. I know that I am. Ow, there's a spike right here that is doing me in because it's sideways. I gotta fix. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, I know why the spike was doing me in because it just came off. Oops. We've lost a spike. Is there a hole in this? What the heck? Yeah, it just stretched. Oh, the fabric stretched. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. I got it. Ow. 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 Okay, these are really starting to dig. Okay, yeah. That's why it was feeling so weird because I was feeling the back of it. Okay, that's why. Okay. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, it's still even bolted in. Still screwed together. Just the backing came through. So we lost a spike. But still got others. Ow! 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 Okay, don't pull down. Yeah, I'll put this back in later. I'm just gonna put that on my desk for safekeeping. Because if I don't put it on, if it hits the floor, it's a cat toy. He's already got like 3 of them for when I had to adjust some of them, and I dropped one, and instantly there was a kitty going whack, and I'm not getting that back ever. I'm not sure he knows where it is now. But they don't count. There's 14, not 15. And then Elliot doesn't know about them. You don't know that. I point this out. You don't know that, bitch. You don't know that. You don't know that the brother doesn't know about that. Because I maintain the Gray brothers have a scheme going to where they were like, let's just find two airhead bimbos and use them for sex. And then it's the movie Enough where, you know, I'm going to call him Carter because he played Carter in Noah Wiley would go on to play Carter in ER. And, you know, we get the reveal later on of, hey, we had this scam that we would run on stupid girls for sex, and then you screwed up and married her. Well, I'm saying the Gray brothers have that kind of arrangement. And clearly Kate hasn't told him. Kate doesn't know. Kate doesn't know about the 14. She doesn't know about the subs. She doesn't know any of that. I smile at her and she gives me a conspiratorial wink. My secrets are safe with Kate. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be cruising at an altitude of approximately 32,000 feet. Your estimated flight time is 1 hour and 56 minutes, Stephen announces. You are now free to move around the cabin. Natalia appears abruptly from the gallery. May I offer anyone coffee? She asks. You can offer me some coffee right now. End of chapter! We're doing smoking on time. We got one chapter left to go. I am unsatisfyingly unhandcuffed, people. You know I need these to survive this trash. So we're gonna take a 2-minute break, stretch, and that includes you. Everybody get up, stretch, get some water. Water's very important. But get up, stretch, love on a fur baby. And I will be back in precisely 2 minutes, hopefully, to put these on. As a reminder, our donation/tip tiers are for $10. I will draw a random duck out of this bag, which makes me very, very, very happy to do, and add it to our stage. And you get to name the duck, or you can leave it up to me, and I will name the duck. But for $10, we get a random duck. Still plenty of ducks in the bag. For $25, I will put these on for the remaining chapter when I get back very tight and play with them because I like to do so. And for $50, I will refill this glass and chug it immediately upon coming back. So please consider those things. We will be taking a 2-minute break and then I'll be right back with you because I love your face. But for now, stretch, get some water. Be right back. Love you. Hello, hello. We're back. I didn't almost knock over the ducks. That totally didn't happen. Okay, I adjusted the spikes along here. Why am I still in like too much pain? Okay, one of these has got to go. Okay, don't lose the pieces. Don't lose the pieces because I just need to adjust it. Okay, that's better. Just that one spot was a little too sharp. Okay. Oh yeah, that's better. Maybe one more. No, that one's okay. Yeah, it was just that one. It's just leftover. It was hitting like a not particularly great spot. All right, so we're about to start in chapter 13. How are we on page count? I did check this, but also, no. Always good to recheck. For some reason, it's gotten to the point of being consistent now where there isn't like 40-page chapters. Though, again, I still don't know. I still don't know how I'm going to do the end of this book because the timing on the chapters works out that it ends. The problem is, after the last chapter, there's 2 epilogues, which are both very lengthy. And there's 2 vignettes because they're obviously, I guarantee you, whatever scenes the vignettes are, they're going to be in the other series that we're going to read right after this from his point of view, the whole thing. They're definitely for that because she had definitely already started writing that at this point because Stephanie Myers had announced that she was doing Midnight Sun, which is Twilight from Edward's point of view. That never got published because it got leaked and she got pissed, rightly so. Um, Though there's like constant rumor that she's finally going to finish it or something. I don't think she does. Stephanie Myers made her billions. She doesn't need to go back to Twilight. And if anything, she probably doesn't want to be known for it because she took so much crap for it. Again, well deserved crap, but. I also heard that she has a cameo in one of the Twilight movies. I forget which one, probably the first one. I think she's like sitting at the counter in the diner or something, and the camera like goes past her. That's what I heard. As far as I know, E.L. James does not have a cameo in the 50 Shades movies. Or wait, did I read that she was like in the background scene, like on a bus or something? Possibly. I don't know. Adjusting our tie. There we go. Okay. Chapter 13. We land smoothly at Sardi Field at 12:25 p.m. MST Mountain Standard Time. I'm guessing I'm in Eastern. I don't know. No, so it wouldn't be called that right now because they changed things. Stephen brings the plane to a halt a little way from the main terminal, and through the windows I spot a large VW minivan waiting for us. Good landing. Christian grins and shakes Stephen's hand as we get ready to file out of the jet. It's all about the des- It's all about the density altitude, sir. I don't know what that means. I'm a phone a friend because I got a friend that's gonna know that because they fly. Uh, Stephen smiles back. Blazely here, Blazely is one of the two. I'm sorry. It's good at math. Christian nods at Stephen's first officer. You nailed it, Blazely. Smooth landing. Okay. Air density is low. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why like mountain climbers take oxygen to make the transition at certain elevations. So that's what that means? What does that have to do with landing? Like knowing how to come down from a really big height and account for the changing density to land smoothly instead of dun dun dun. Something like that? I don't fly. But we do have a bag of ducks that fly if anybody would like to add a duck. Because I'm serious. I'm not stopping with the ducks till every duck is on that stage. And then of course we'll get more ducks and I'll build a bigger stage. Enjoy your weekend, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray. We'll see you tomorrow. Stephen steps aside to let us disembark, and taking my hand, Christian leads me down the aircraft steps to where Taylor is waiting by the vehicle. Minivan? Christian says in surprise as Taylor slides open the door. Taylor gives him a tight, contrite smile and a slight shrug. Last minute, I know, Christian says, immediately placated. Taylor returns to the plane to retrieve our luggage. Well, also, you have, you're collectively 6 people plus security. What other vehicle are you going to fit in? No, but he wants like a fleet of black SUVs or some shit. Black SUV Humvees. There's got to be a version of that. Because I know the like really big SUVs they have some like Humvee like features from before they got banned. I don't know. Are Humvees banned in America? I think they are. I mean, I know we banned them first because we banned them like outright immediately because they're obviously like not made for urban roads and were actually destructive to regular city streets. So they were immediately banned here. You couldn't even buy them. But I know the states kept them on for a few years. No, they did ban them. That's right. Because I remember Arnold Schwarzenegger made a point of when they got banned, he bought like the 2 biggest models that they make. Because if you bought it before the ban, then it was okay. You could keep it because it's like grandfathered in, but they couldn't sell them commercially after a certain point. The big Humvees, I think all of them eventually were banned because they're so heavy they destroy the roads that they're on. So they like cause a lot of damage. Also, they're just some of them are as wide as 2 lanes of normal traffic. How do you drive that in a city? Like and it's just unreasonable. You don't need it. Like, come on. But yeah, it was after he was governor of California, but not by that much. Hmm. There we go. Okay, much better. Sorry, my lips were getting so dry. Hummer is the civilian Humvee? Is that what they were called? I don't know. It's been so long. Like I said, they got banned here so early that they were never a factor, but I know they were quite the cultural thing in some places for a couple of years. But yeah, I probably mean Hummers. They're, eh, they were originally designed specifically for the military in desert terrain, and then I guess whatever company was like, "Hey, what if we sell these to civilians to make even more money?" Because and somehow these precede truck nuts, but I feel like truck nuts are like the evolution of the Hummer. They go together in some very, very bad way. You can still buy Humvees from military auctions. You can only register them for off-road. That makes sense. Because what I remember hearing is the biggest reason, like, why they were banned, etc., was because of the damage they caused. Unintentionally, but just because of the weight of them and the lack of maneuvering, and they're just too big in some places. Like, there's alleyways that are more narrow than some Hummers. Like, come on. They're still a thing? They make an electric version of that shit? I'm sorry, does it have a battery life of like an hour and a half? Because I'm judging purely from the weight and I remember, like, that was the other thing about them. They're huge gas guzzlers. Like, huge. Like, these are the cars that get like half of 1 mile to the gallon. They were atrocious gas guzzlers. That was the other thing. So I can't imagine how you make that shit electric. They aren't that bad. Same with a semi, about 2 to 3 tons. The main thing is, if you're lucky, it will do 55. Isn't that slow in America? Because, like, I remember me and my friend trying to drive on the highway in America, and we were like, we weren't able to do the math and figure it out till we got home. But we were doing 140 in Canadian, so that's kilometers, and that's a speed that's so illegal you'll get arrested everywhere in the country. And there were still people zipping past us so much we didn't actually realize till we got home and looked it up that we were still doing probably about 40 under the actual American speed limit, which is insane. But the reason we didn't know what speed, okay, just so we don't think we're stupid, internet, we're not stupid. We drove for over 25 minutes on an American highway, including going up an on-ramp to get onto it, without seeing a single speed limit sign. So we didn't know what American highway speed is, so we just tried to match the traffic around us, but then my friend got up to 140, which, again, that is terrifying speed for us. We were absolutely terrified the entire time, and there were still people zipping past us like we were snails. We got honked at, and we were going so fast to us, but not to anyone else. Minimum highway speed is 45. I'm assuming you're talking in American, though, so that's like, what is that? Hold on, I'm pulling out my phone. Things you learn on book club. Y'all know we go off the rails like this. Nobody complain. This is what happens. Wait, what is 45 in Canadian? That's the problem. How do you live? At one point, we were trying to figure out where the hell we were. We were in an intersection and we could not see a street sign with a name on it for the life of us. We didn't know where we were. And then, because we needed to know where we were trying to look up directions and we didn't know where we were. And then eventually we look, there's a freaking name. The name of the street is on a street sign that's on the ground. It was on the ground. It was like this tall. It was on the ground. It was like a teeny little, like, lawn sign. By what? Hello, Tristan Tate. It's about 70. See, we were doing so much more than that, and people were going past us. Like, I assume there's an upper limit, but like, what is the actual? We were in New York. Okay, so I assume that highway speed limit is consistent at least throughout the state. It's probably different state to state because America's very states right things, so it's probably different in every state. But in New York, New York highway speed. Okay, the answer seems to be 65. So what is What is 65? Yeah, it's 104. 70 is the common. Yeah, that's about 120 or so. Like, no wonder we were flipping scared the whole time we were there. Oops. Okay, don't snag on wires. Yeah, that would be ridiculous. That's so fast. Like, why? And I was going to take a drink out of an empty glass. You know what I'd love tonight? There's this pizza place. It's open till like 4 a.m. It's one of those college places. It's dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. Like, okay, again, I'm speaking in Canadian, so everything's expensive here. Again, the conversion rate absolutely sucks right now, by the way. But absolutely sucks very hard right now. But there's this pizza place, and they have it's not the best pizza, but it's like that good like 2 a.m. a little bit greasy, but not so much it'll make you sick. But it's like good. It's good quantity for the money, even though it's not the best. It's that place. See, that's what I mean. That's like what we were doing, and people were still flying by us, and that's so illegal here. Like, and at the time there were still like 2 highways where you could go 110 here, and now it's 100 like across the nation. And going 140, you'll be arrested on the spot. On the spot, forget it. Your license is suspended for probably a year. Your car's impounded for a week to a month, depending. And wow, is that going to run you money for sure? But you will be arrested for going that fast. Absolutely, 100%. You're going to jail. And again, this is pre-COVID, so it's only gone up since then. Okay, so we've landed. Everyone's happy. Blah blah blah. Minivan. I giggle. Who is this? Who is this man, and what has he done with Mr. Unbelievably Angry of the last couple of days? Come on, you two, get in, Mia says from behind us, oozing impatience beside Ethan. We climb in, staggering into the double seating at the back, and sit down. I snuggle against Christian, and he puts his arms around the back of my seat. Comfortable? He murmurs, as Mia and Ethan take the seat in front of us. Yes. I smile, and he kisses my forehead. And for some unfathomable reason, I feel shy with him today. Why? Last night? Being with company? I can't put my finger on it. Elliot and Kate join us as Taylor opens the lift gate to load the luggage. Oh, Britishism, she means the trunk door. 5 minutes later we're on our way. As I gaze out the window as we head towards Aspen. The trees are green, but a whisper of coming fall is evident here and there in the yellowing tips of the leaves. Or somebody's been smoking under them. They had to ban smoking in certain parks here because it was killing the trees. The sky is a clear crystal blue, and there are darkening clouds to the west. All around us in the distance loom the Rockies, the highest peak directly ahead. They are lush and green, and the highest capped with snow, and looking like a child's drawing of mountains. Are the Rockies known for being green with plant life? Because I've never seen a picture of them looking like that. Yeah. Canada gets fucking ripped off, dude. There's a on CBS or CBC, depending on where you are. Marketplace is the show. Look at the episodes they have done comparing the prices of things when literally the two reporters, one is standing in Canada, one is in America. They're both at like Walmart. I do mean Walmart. And they can literally wave to each other from where they're standing. But one is in Canada, one is in America. They're shopping at Walmart for the exact same identical items. And Canada pays like 30 to 40% more for the exact same thing for absolutely no reason. Like if you're way up like north or like way out in the middle of nowhere, I get there being an extra transportation charge for that, but not when you're in Ontario where I am, where there's like huge markets and half the country lives in this province. So yeah, you're going to sell what you import. And still I'm paying like way more, and that's not even accounting for the pink tax. That's a whole other thing. But yeah, the exchange rate's atrociously bad right now. Really bad. Like I had to repay a friend of mine in Britain, and it cost me from what he loaned, the difference between, and keep in mind, I had to borrow money from him to cover a bill that came up unexpectedly. So it was like a 10-day loan, no interest because he's my friend. But just in those 10 days from when I sent it back to him using the same, I paid him back the same amount in pounds because he's in Britain. So for me to pay him back in pounds the same amount that he had sent me in pounds, what he sent me was X amount, but when I sent it back, he actually came out ahead by $35. And that was in 10 days. And that was like unintentional. He actually felt bad about it. And like that's not anything either of us are doing. It's just what the exchange rate is. Like Canada's exchange rate's really poor right now. Really poor. It's been consistently like the lowest it's been in my lifetime for the last probably year, coming up on a year. It's been pretty bad. Like I grew up when we'd get parity with the US in the summer because of all the cross-border shopping. Sometimes we'd even go ahead. The Canadian dollar would actually be worth a couple cents more for a day or two because same reason, all the shopping. But in the summer we could almost count on parity for a couple of weeks, and then that has not been the case for a long time. So yeah, add to the fact that our dollar is really weak right now, and then that everything costs so much. Like I haven't bought, this is why I haven't bought Parmesan cheese in like 2 years. Because like the little can that's this big is $12, which even if I have all the money in the world, I'm not paying $12 for that. But just everything, like food costs are insane. Like I've cut out, there's so many foods that I used to regularly eat and snacks and stuff that I've just completely eliminated in the last 2 years because they're either just too expensive or there's been shortages on some things. There's some things that are really hard to get. Like I was struggling to get pet food for a while consistently, and it's like, okay, why can I not buy dog food? Like it's creepy and weird, but yeah, it's one of those times. I'm getting way too distracted. Yes, I smile and he kisses my forehead, and for some unfathomable reason, I feel shy with him today. We already read that, blah, blah, blah. We're in the winter playground of the rich and famous, and I own a house here. I can barely believe it. And from deep within my psyche, a familiar unease that's always present when I try to wrap my head around Christian's wealth looms and taunts me, making me feel guilty. What have I done to deserve this lifestyle? Well, you let him fuck you and beat you whenever he wants, so providing this lifestyle is the least he can do until he accidentally kills you. I've done nothing. Nothing except fall in love. Gag me with a stick. Have you been to Aspen before, Anna? Ethan turns and asks, dragging me out of my reverie. No, first time. You? Kate and I used to come here a lot more when we were in our teens. Dad's a keen skier. Mom less so. I'm hoping my husband will teach me how to ski. I glance up at my man. Don't bet on it, Christian mutters. Oh, of course, that would be way too dangerous because he'd have all these images of her like dying or breaking her neck, so there's no way he'd let her ski because that would be risky. Oh, I don't want to argue and sour his good mood. Wait. I skipped a line unintentionally. I'm hoping my husband will teach me how to ski. Glance up at man. Don't bet on it, Christian murmurs. I won't be that bad. You might break your neck. I called it. I didn't even see that. I hadn't read ahead. I swear to God, I hadn't. Oh my God. Ah! Oh my God. Like, he's gonna put her in a 4x4 padded room filled with bubble wrap. Oh, I don't want to argue and sour his good mood, so I changed the subject. How long have you had this place? Nearly 2 years. It's yours now, too, Mrs. Gray, he says softly. I know, I whisper, but somehow I don't feel the courage of my convictions. Leaning in, I kiss his jaw and nestle once more at his side, listening to him laugh and joke with Ethan and Elliot. Mia chimes in occasionally, but Kate is quiet, and I wonder if she's brooding about Jack Hyde or something else. Then I remember Aspen. Christian's house here was redesigned by Gia Matteo and rebuilt by Elliot. I wonder if that's what's preoccupying Kate. Why would she care? I can't ask her in front of Elliot given her history with Gia. His history with Gia. Does Kate even know about Gia's connection to the house? I frown, wondering what could be bothering her, and resolve to ask her when we're on our own. We drive through the center of Aspen, and my mood brightens as I take in the town. There are squat buildings of mostly red bricks with style chalets and numerous little turn of the century houses painted in fun colors. That's interesting because usually turn of the century means historically protected, and there's like limits on when you can, on like what colors you can paint those. It's really like tricky if you buy one and don't know that. Plenty of banks and designer shops too, betraying the affluence of the local populace. Of course, Christian fits in here. What does that mean? Why did you choose Aspen? I ask him. What? He regards me quizzically. To buy a place. Mom and Dad used to bring us here when we were kids, and I learned to ski. I like the place. I hope you do too. Otherwise, we'll sell the house and choose somewhere else. Simple as that. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You look lovely today, he murmurs. My cheeks heat and I'm wearing my traveling gear, jeans and a t-shirt and a lightweight navy blue jacket. Damn it, why does he make me feel shy? I have no idea. He kisses me, a tender, sweet, loving kiss. Taylor drives us on our own out of town and we start to climb the other side of the valley, twisting along a mountain road. The higher we go, the more excited I get, and Christian tenses beside me. What's wrong? I ask as we round the bend. I hope you like it, he says quietly. We're here. Taylor slows and runs through a hold on, my dyslexia just went what the fuck. Taylor slows and turns through a gateway made of gray, beige, and red stones. He heads down the driveway and finally pulls up outside the impressive house, double fronted with high pitched roofs and built of dark wood in the same mixed stone as the gateway. I need to stop because my brain is going, what the fuck? I heard how I sound and I sound like an idiot. The fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Come on. Come on, brain. I know you're tired. Come on. I got punched in the dyslexia and it's just taking a minute. But I can't read until it goes away or I'm going to sound like an idiot all night. Okay, I can feel the relevant parts of my brain relaxing. Just give it a sec. Oh, something punched me right in the dyslexia hard. And just takes a minute. Hmm. Uh, I've been reliably informed that the fan fiction I have put so much love and devotion into is better than this. I still have not kicked myself in the ass and gotten a proper start on part 6 of that, but I need to. I'm laying it out in my head. I have most of it in my head. I got a little ahead of myself. And also, I feel like the first 5 parts, if I stopped there, that would honestly be a complete story unto itself. So I'm kind of doing like a sequel continuation now, and my brain's having trouble because it wasn't planned that way. It was originally actually only planned to be 7 parts, and now it's going to be at least 8 or 9. So that's because in a lot of parts I had too much content, and I had to move stuff to other parts, or else it was going to be too much. And again, anyone who's on my Discord, if you want to read my twisted little fanfic, you are welcome to. Just drop me a DM, and I will send you uh I will send you a link to it. Putting my Discord in the chat. So if anyone would like to join, you would like to read my twisted little fanfic, it takes place in the Hannibal TV show, let me know and I'll send you part 1. But not for sharing, not for publication. Wait. It's stunning, modern, and sleek, very much Christian style. Home, he mouths at me as our guests start piling out of the van. Looks good. Come, see, he says, an excited though anxious gleam in his eyes as if he's about to show me his science project or something like that. Is that a reference to the Rocky Horror Picture Show? It better not be. That movie's way too good for this. You know what's amazing is when you watch that as an adult, you realize that Frankenfurter is going through various like porn genres at the time. Also, that he embodies or invokes by narrative all of the old school movie monsters at the time. Like when he first shows up, he's obviously Dracula. There's a Frankenstein monster. There's a creature from the Black Lagoon. He is Frankenstein, the doctor, with his creation, obviously. I forget what was the other two. There's a Wolfman reference and obviously when Rocky is first waking, he's the mummy, obviously. But yeah, there's the BDSM stuff as well is in there. When uh with Riff Raff and he's wearing the leather jacket and Riff Raff calls for mercy because that was the common uh at the time. I swear the only reason they got away with half what they did in that movie is because nobody understood. Mia runs up the steps to where a woman stands in the doorway. She's tiny and her raven-colored hair is dusted with gray. Mia flings her arms around her neck and hugs her tightly. Who is that? I ask as Christian helps me out of the van. Mrs. Bentley. She lives here with her husband. They look after the place. Holy cow. More staff? No, they just leave the place completely unattended and unsecure while they're gone. Yeah, pretty much every residence they have is going to have a staff. Also, somebody just has to plain maintain the place. Mia's making introductions. Ethan, then Kate. Elliot hugs Mrs. Bentley too. As Taylor unloads the van, Christian takes my hand and leads me to the front door. Welcome back, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Bentley smiles. Carmela, this is my wife, Anastasia. Why is it Carmela? No, I have relatives with that name. No. Christian says proudly. His tongue caresses my name, making my heart stutter. I can't. Ah, I'm getting behind. I gotta read faster. I'm getting too distracted by people talking. I hope you've had a pleasant flight. The weather's supposed to be fine all weekend, though I'm not sure. I'm not saying don't talk. Talk more. I like going off the rails. It's what we're here for. Seriously, if I just read this continuously, this would be the most boring bullshit thing ever. Going off the rails and making fun of things and getting into side topics is why we're really here. That and ducks, okay? I'm not stopping with the ducks tonight. I want another duck, okay? Don't ask me why. It's Christmas and I want another duck, even though it's not Christmas yet. I want several ducks, actually. I want to fill the stage with ducks. And also, there's one duck that I really want, but it's random and I can't choose. But I think it might be my favorite duck in the bag, but it hasn't been his turn to be drawn yet. And also, I'm not wearing cuffs, and this is damaging to my psyche. Mrs. Gray, Mrs. Bentley nods a respectful greeting. I hold out my hand and we shake. It's no surprise to me that she's much more formal with Christian than the rest of the family. I hope you had a pleasant flight. The weather's supposed to be fine all weekend, though I'm not sure. She eyes the darkening gray clouds behind us. Lunch is ready whenever you want. She smiles again, her dark eyes twinkling, and I warm to her immediately. I thought she said warn her. Here, Christian grabs me and lifts me off my feet. What are you doing? Carrying you over yet another threshold, Mrs. Gray. I grin as he carries me into the wide hallway and after a brief kiss sets me gently down onto the hardwood floor. The interior decor is all stark and reminds me of the great room at Escala. All white walls, dark wood, and contemporary abstract art. The hallway open The hallway opens up into a large seating area where 3 off-white leather couches, surround a stone fireplace that dominates the room. Never go with A, leather furniture, B, white leather furniture, idiot. That's going to last about 5 seconds. Mia grabs Ethan's hand and drags him further into the house. Christian narrows his eyes at their departing figures, his mouth thinning. He shakes his head and turns towards me. Nice place. I glance around to see Elliot helping Taylor with our luggage, and I wonder again if she knows that Gia had a hand in this place. Tour? Christian asked me, and whatever was going through his mind about Mia and Ethan is gone. He radiates excitement, or is it anxiety? It's difficult to tell. Sure. Once again, I'm overwhelmed by the wealth. How much did this place cost? And I've contributed nothing to it. Briefly, I'm transported back to the first time Christian took me to Escala. I was overwhelmed then. You got used to it, my subconscious hisses at me. Okay, what is with this bullshit of I didn't contribute to this? You think he fucking did? No, he didn't. This is his family's place. Not his. Like, he might own it now, but this is a family place. And I guarantee you the money that bought this place didn't come from him or his company. Not that he couldn't afford it according to this book, but it came from generational wealth. That's the thing. He's part of generational wealth. So that's what he benefits from. He got $100 million loan to start his company. Like, I swear to God, Donald Trump was part of the inspiration for this character based on that. But, yeah, that's how it goes. Like, he's part of generational wealth. He's part of that, spending money to make money thing. So, like, not a surprise that they have a place in Aspen where rich people have been going for ever. Christian frowns but takes my hand, leading me through the various rooms. The state-of-the-art kitchen is all pale marble countertops and black cupboards. It actually sounds really nice. There's an impressive wine cellar and an expansive den downstairs, complete with a large plasma screen TV, soft couches, and a billiards table. I gape at it and blush when Christian catches me. Fancy a game? He asks, a wicked gleam in his eye. I shake my head and his brow furrows once more. Taking my hand again, he leads me up to the first floor. There are 4 bedrooms upstairs, each with an ensuite bathroom. The master suite is something else. The bed is huge, bigger than the bed at home, and faces an enormous picture window, looking out over Aspen and towards the verdant mountains. It's Ajax Mountain, or Aspen Mountain, if you like, Christian says, eyeing me warily. He's standing in the doorway, his thumbs hooked through the belt loops on his black jeans. I nod. You're very quiet, he murmurs. It's lovely, Christian, and suddenly I'm aching to be back at Escala. What? Why? To be alone? Or because you feel like you don't belong here? What? I don't know what the hell is this stupid crap. Ow. In 5 long strides, he's standing in front of me, tugging at my chin and releasing my lower lip from the grip of my teeth. What is it? He asks, his eyes searching mine. You're very rich. Yes. Sometimes it just takes me by surprise how wealthy you are. We are. We are, I mutter automatically. Okay, it's too late for this crap. You had the first and second book to do this shit. She is not entitled to be this stupid or surprised at his wealth at this point. She's seen enough. He has a helicopter, a private jet, multiple places in one city. He bought you a house literally because you passed it in a boat and said you liked it and was prepared to tear the whole thing down and build an entirely new house at a cost of millions. So you're not allowed to be surprised by the money anymore. Also, didn't he tell her he makes like $100,000 every 15 minutes or something? So, no. Don't stress about this, Anna, please. It's just a house. And what did Gia do here exactly? Gia. He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Now I have an episode of SVU in my head that I don't want there. That's great. Yes, she remodeled this place. She did? She designed the den downstairs. Elliot did the build. He rakes his hand through his hair and frowns at me. Why are we talking about Gia? Because you brought it up. Did you know she had a fling with Elliot? Christian gazes at me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Elliot's fucked most of Seattle, Anna. Just throws this bro right under the bus. Just right under the bus. Elliot's a whore. I don't know why this amuses me. He's just like, my brother's a slut. I guess. Mainly women, I understand, Christian jokes. I think he's amused by my expression. Why is that a joke? Why can't the brother go both ways? Who cares? No. Christian nods. It's none of my business. He holds up his palms. I don't think Kate knows. I'm not sure he broadcast that information. Kate seems to be holding her own, like he's some prize to be won. I'm shocked. Sweet, unassuming, blonde, blue-eyed Elliot? I stare in disbelief. Oh my god, a fit, good-looking, 20-something trust fund brat with money to burn uses it to get laid left and right? Christian tilts his head to one side, scrutinizing me. This can't just be about Gia or Elliot's promiscuity. I know. I'm sorry. After all that's happened this week, it's just. I shrug, feeling tearful all of a sudden. Christian seems to sag with relief, pulling me into his arms. He holds me tightly, his nose in my hair. I know. I'm sorry too. Let's relax and enjoy ourselves, okay? You can stay here and read, watch god awful TV, shop, go hiking, fishing even, whatever you want to do. And forget what I said about Elliot. That was indiscreet of me. Well, yes, it was, but who, if it's true? But also, he's been with Kate for like going on. Well, because they met the same time, they met the same night. So, if Anastasia and Christian are at roughly 2.5 months, they're about 10 weeks in total, and counting the honeymoon that we didn't see is a lot of that. The honeymoon is a good third of that, so that's up to some interpretation. So they've known each other about 10 weeks. So Kate and Elliot have known each other about that same time. I know, I'm sorry to, and blah, blah, blah. Goes some way to explain why he's always teasing you, I murmured, nuzzling his chest. He really has no idea about my past. I told you, my family assumed I was gay. Celibate, but gay. If you assume someone's celibate, how can you assume their sexual orientation if they're not having sex? And I'm sorry, was asexual not an option? Because that's a lot of celibate people. Mrs. Gray, are you smirking at me? Maybe a little, I acquiesce. You know, I don't understand why you have this place. What do you mean? He kisses my hair. You have the boat, which I get. You have a place in New York for business, but why here? It's not like you shared it with anyone. Christian stills and is silent for several beats. I was waiting for you, he says softly, his eyes dark gray and luminous. That's that's such a lovely thing to say, and completely pulled out of his ass. It's true. I didn't know it at the time. He smiles his shy smile. I'm glad you waited. You were worth waiting for, Mrs. Gray. He tips my chin up with his fingers and leans down, kisses me tenderly. So are you. I smile, though I feel like I cheated. I didn't have to wait long for you at all. He grins. Am I that much of a prize? Christian, you're the state lottery, the cure for cancer, and 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp all rolled into one. I can't. 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 Dear God. Fucking A. This is too much. Like, enough already. We get it. When will you realize this? I scold him. You were a very eligible bachelor, and I don't mean all this. I wave dismissively at our plush surroundings. I mean in here, she goes his heart. I place my hand over his heart and his eyes widen. My confident, sexy husband is gone, and I'm facing my lost boy. Believe me, Christian, please. I whisper and clasp his face, pulling his lips to mine. He groans, and I don't know if it's hearing what I've said or his usual primal response. I claim him, my lips moving against his, my tongue invading his mouth, so we're reversing the earlier, only it's supposed to be less gross. And then we're both breathless. He pulls away, eyeing me doubtfully. When are you going to get it through your exceptionally thick skull that I love you? I ask, exasperated. He swallows. One day, he says. This is progress. I smile and am rewarded with his answering shy smile. Come, let's have some lunch. The others will be wondering where we are. We can discuss what we can dis- we can discuss what we all want to do. Yikes for which? There's so many options. And more Lost Boy references. Okay, I have to get up for 2 seconds because I really have to pee. But I am still unhandcuffed. It's disappointing. I'm sad. Okay, 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'll be right back. Entirely the wine's fault. May or may not come back without pants. Hello, Mr. Kitty. What are we doing? Would you like to go in the room? Yeah? You want the bedroom? Yeah, be a kitty? You want bed? Be a kitty? Huh? Thinking about it? Yeah, that's like a really bad sound. Yes, you're a kitty cat. Oh, no, you don't want to go in the room? You're just sitting there looking at it to make it look dumb? Oh, maybe reconsider. Okay, go. All yours, go. You're still the king of the couch, Mr. Puppy? You're holding it down? Do you think you're in trouble or something, pup? You're acting weird. Ow, my boobs. Oh, boobs are getting really sore with these spikes. Hello, Mark. So glad to see you. Hello. You're here on a wonderful night. We are fully spiked and all that implies. Hey, whichever have something like this, not that you have to answer because she may kill you, but just a reminder we are wearing our spikes tonight and all other tiers are still available. I'm unfortunately unhandcuffed, but we have had one duck. We have a new duck, which is, how is my camera somehow moved? Did I bump the ducks? I may have bumped the ducks. It's my fault. Sorry. I really gotta fix the duck stage. But we have a grizzly bear duck now, which has been dubbed Paddington, so we have a new duck. At what? At this? At this? These right here? And all that these imply? Is the fact that they go all the way around? It's always nice when everyone can enjoy. You do have a backstage pass, Mark, if you want to come up here and amuse the masses. Yeah, I was something about landing having to do with altitude density, and if you can do the math, that equals smooth landing or something. We were given a cruising altitude of 32,000 feet. I can say that I know that much because it was written down. Okay, ow. Something just really sharp went in my eye. Okay, legitly just like cut myself there a little bit. Ow. Oh no, Kate says suddenly. All eyes turn to her. Okay, ow. Okay, whatever. I literally just scratched like right on the edge of my eye. Oh, no, it's watering. Ow. No, not in a helicopter, a private jet. Private company jet. We weren't given a make and model, so I don't know. But enough to including the pilot and the flight crew, about 10 people. Look, she says, pointing to the picture window. Outside rain has started pouring down. We're all sitting around the dark wood table in the kitchen, having consumed an Italian feast of mixed antipasto prepared by Mrs. Bentley and a bottle or two of fret. This word is cut in half. Friscot, 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 Friscotti. Frascati. I have no idea what the fuck this is. I'm replete and a little buzzed from the alcohol. Okay, so confirmation is some kind of booze, but I have no idea what this is. And it sounds like Fresca, which if you know the history of Fresca, never drink Fresca. Ever. And they should stop. No, is it Fanta? It's Fanta. Sorry. My apologies to Fresca. It's Fanta that I'm thinking of. Never buy Fanta. It has an evil, dark history, and they should have left it in the buried scraps. But I remember those 90s commercials, Wanna Fanta, which was literally just 4 bikini babes on TV that they somehow got on like before the watershed hour because it was a commercial for soda, even though they had naked women like in it, practically naked. They were in G-string bikinis, okay? How they got this on TV, I don't know. Here goes our hike, Elliot murmurs, sounding vaguely relieved. Kate scowls at him. Something is definitely up with them. They've been relaxed with all of us, but not with each other. We could go into town, Mia pipes up. Ethan smirks at her. Perfect weather for fishing, Christian suggests. I'll go fishing, Ethan says. Let's split up. Mia claps her hands. Girls shopping, boys outdoor boring stuff. I glance at Kate, who's regarding Mia indulgently. Fishing or shopping? Geez, what a choice. I'm going with the shopping, and I don't even like shopping, but I like it more than fishing. My grandfather used to take us fishing. You know what I learned? Where we were, there were pike and bass and sunfish. The biggest thing you would catch is sunfish. You know what we learned? Fish love them some bacon. Best, most like prolific fishing we ever had was using some scraps of bacon that my grandmother had burnt as bait, which is why we were allowed to have them because she burned it. But it was the best fishing we ever had. Not that we ever kept any of the fish. Like, we would put one of the sunfish in a bucket, and then my cousin would sit there staring at it the entire time. Because I'm pretty sure you can't eat fish out of those lakes. Back then, you probably legally could, but not now, and you shouldn't. We caught a lot of sunfish. Anna, what do you want to do? Christian asks. I don't mind, I lie. Kate catches my eye and mouths shopping. Perhaps she wants to talk. But I'm more than happy to go shopping. I smile wryly at Kate and Mia. Christian smirks. He knows I hate shopping. I can stay here with you if you'd like, he murmurs, and something dark unfurls in my belly at his tone. Basically, he's saying, do you want to stay in and fuck? No, go fish, I answer. Christian needs boy time. No, he doesn't! He doesn't like any of that shit either, and he never does it, and he's not that person, so no, he doesn't need boy time. He just told you all he wants is you, alone. So get rid of everybody else. Sounds like a plan, Kate says, rising from the table. Taylor will accompany you, Christian says. And it's a given, not up for discussion. We don't need babysitting, Kate retorts bluntly, direct as ever. I put my hand on Kate's arm. Kate, Taylor should come. She frowns and then shrugs, and for once in her life holds her tongue. I would not. I smile timidly at Christian. His expression remains impassive. Oh, I hope he's not mad at Kate. Who cares? Elliot frowns. I need to pick up a battery for my watch in town. He glances quickly at Kate, and I spot his slight blush. She doesn't notice because she's pointedly ignoring him. Take the Audi, Elliot. When you come back, we can go fishing, Christian says. Yeah, Elliot mutters, but he seems distracted. Good plan. In here, grabbing my hand, Mia hauls me into a designer boutique that's all pink silk and faux French, distressed rustic furniture. They're in hell. Kate has grabbed her hand. No, Mia has grabbed her hand and dragged her into hell. Kate follows us while Taylor waits outside, sheltering under the awning from the rain. Aretha is belting out Say a Little Prayer over the store's hi-fi system. I love this song. I should put it on Christian's iPod. This will look wonderful on you, Anna. Mia holds up a scrap of silver material. Here, try it on. It's a bit short. It'll look fantastic. You'll look fantastic in it. Christian will love it. You think? Mia beams at me. Anna, you have legs to die for, and if we go clubbing tonight, she smiles, sensing an easy kill. You look hot for your husband. I don't need to look hot for my husband. I'm married to him. I blink at her, slightly shocked. We're going clubbing? I don't do clubbing. Likewise, I think it's a waste of time. And Kate laughs at my expression. She seems more relaxed now that she's away from Elliot. We should throw some shapes that we should throw. Somebody explain this idiot line to me. We should throw some shapes this evening, she says. Go on, try it, Mia orders, and I reluctantly head for the changing room. Throw some shapes? What? What does that even mean? Do I want to know? I don't think I do. I don't think I want to know that. I see that, and thank you very much. I literally just speed read it, and I kind of get it. When I can read it in more detail, I'm sure I will get it. But I get the principle of it. And thank you very, very much for taking the time to give me such a detailed explanation, because thank you. You're pretty much the only person I know who would know. But thank you for that. You're very sweet. You absolutely are. No, I'm still a fan of your, like, I think it was Civil War era cap that could also be turned into a bag to hold bullets. It's cool. You're gonna co-host with me some night soon. While I wait for Kate and Mia to emerge from the dressing room, I stroll to the shop window and look out, unseeing, across the main street. The soul compilation continues. Dionne Warwick is singing Walk On By, another great song, one of my mother's favorites. I glance down at the dress in my hand. Both the words the and dress are capitalized. Dress is perhaps an overstatement. It's backless and very short, but Mia's declared it a winner, perfect for dancing the night away. Apparently, I need shoes, too, and a large, chunky necklace, which I'll source next. Rolling my eyes, I reflect once more on how lucky I am to have Caroline. Excuse me. To have Caroline Acton, my own personal shopper. If that's somebody I'm supposed to know, I don't. Yeah, you're what, like 1 inch above sea level? Through the boutique window, I'm distracted by the sight of Elliot. He's appeared on the other side of the leafy Main Street. Leafy? Leafy Main Street. Leafy. Climbing into out of a large Audi. He dives into a store as if to duck out of the rain, looks like a jewelry store. Maybe he's looking for that watch battery. He emerges a few minutes later and not alone. With a woman. Fuck. He's talking to Gia. What the hell is she doing here? As I watch, they hug briefly, and she holds her head back, laughing animatedly as he says something. He caresses her cheek and then runs to the waiting car. She turns and heads down the street, and I gape after her. What was that about? I turn anxiously towards the dressing room, but there's still no sign of Kate or Mia. I glance at Taylor when he's waiting outside the store. He catches my eye, then shrugs. He's witnessed Elliot's little encounter, too. I blush, embarrassed to have been caught snooping. Turning my back, Mia and Kate emerge, both of them laughing. Kate looks at me quizzically. What's wrong, Anna? You've gone cold. You you gone cold on the dress? You look sensational in it. No. Are you okay? Kate's eyes widen. I'm fine. Shall we pay? I head to the cashier, joining Mia, who has chosen 2 skirts. Good afternoon, ma'am. The young sales assistant, who has more gloss coating her lips than I've ever seen in one place, smiles at me. That'll be $850. What? For this scrap of material? I blink at her and meekly hand over my black Amex. Mrs. Gray. Miss Lipgloss purrs. I follow Kate and Mia in a daze for 2 more hours, warring with myself. Should I tell Kate? My subconscious firmly shakes her head. Yes, I should tell her. No, I shouldn't. It could have been an innocent meeting. Shit. What should I do? Nothing, you moron! You don't know anything! Do I want to know what we're calling fun, Mark? Really? Is what you're calling fun something the wifey would call fun, or would she say, don't ever do that, you fucking idiot? Really gotta get some chapstick. Where were we? Well, do you like the shoes, Anna? Thank you. Yep. That's how you know you got a good one. She cares if you die. Idiot. Well, do you like the shoes, Anna? Mia has her fists on her hips. Um, yeah, sure. I end up with a pair of unfeasibly high Manolo Blahniks. She's spelling Manolo Blahniks incorrectly. With straps that look like they're made from mirrors. They match the dress perfectly and set Christian back just over $1,000. I'm luckier with the long silver chain Kate insists I buy. It's a bargain at $84. Getting used to having money? Kate asks, not unkindly, as we walk back towards the car. Mia has skipped ahead. You know this isn't mine, Kate. You know this isn't me, Kate. I read it as mine. I'm kind of uncomfortable with all this, but I'm reliably informed it's part of the package. I purse my lips at her and she puts her arm around me. Okay, you need to not act like a see you next Tuesday when splashing your husband's money around, even if it makes you uncomfortable and you're not used to it. Not that again, Kate has any reason to bitch because she comes from family money, as we're told, so she's used to $1,000 shoes and $1,000 dresses, etc. She ain't hurting for money. She don't have to work. You'll get used to it, Anna, she says sympathetically. You look great. Kate, how are you and Elliot getting along? I ask. Her wide blue eyes start to mine. Oh no. She shakes her head. I don't want to talk about it now. She nods towards Mia. But things are. She doesn't finish her sentence. This is unlike my tenacious Kate. Shit. I knew something was up. Do I tell her what I saw? What I did? Elliot and Miss well groomed sexual predator talking? Hugging? And that kiss on the cheek. Did the author forget who the fuck? Because I'm sorry, Miss well groomed sexual predator is Mrs. Robinson. That's Elena. That's Mrs. Robinson. It's not Gia. She's not a sexual predator. She's just somebody who flirted with your husband because they used to be thing, bimbo. I think the author forgot which woman she was disparaging here. Hugging and that kiss on the cheek. Surely they're just old friends. No, I won't tell her. Not right now. I give her my I completely understand and will respect your privacy nod. She reaches for my hand and gives it a grateful squeeze, and there it is. Not that Kate's ever done her the same courtesy. In fact, quite the opposite. Early days of their relationship, which by the way is 2 months ago, Kate was very nosy and even like took things out of the trash and read her email and shit to try and figure out what the hell was going on. So no, you don't owe her any courtesy of giving her privacy in her own relationship, which is just as old. I feel a sudden surge of protectiveness for my dear friend. What the hell is Elliot Manhor Gray playing at? I am not making that up. It's right there. Suck a dick. Once back at the house, Kate decides we deserve cocktails after our shopping extravaganza and whips up some strawberry daiquiris for us. As I understand it, daiquiri is a frozen type of cocktail, which bartenders hate it when you order because they take too much time. And also, who wants to drink a slushy with alcohol? Ew. We curl up in the sitting room on the sitting room couches in front of a blazing log fire. Elliot has been a little distant lately, Kate murmurs, gazing into the flames. Kate and I finally have a moment to ourselves as Mia puts away her purchases. Oh, and I think I'm in trouble for getting you into trouble. You heard about that. Yes, Christian called Elliot. Elliot called me. I roll my eyes. Oh, 50-50-50. I'm sorry, so you're telling me Christian Grey called his brother to say, how dare you let your girlfriend take out my wife for drinks? Didn't I tell you to help me control her at all times? That's the answer to that. Okay, it's annoying me that my makeup's not proper, so I'm going to fix it because I can. Come on, eyeliner. You're really gonna get some liquid shit. It's a really good one. But it's old and dried out now. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, why there's noise above me at this hour, I have no idea. It's after 11. It should be really quiet here. And yet, for some reason, it's not. I'm sorry, Christian is protective. Have you ever seen Elliot? You haven't seen Elliot since Cocktailgate. No. Oh. Wouldn't Kate go, what are you calling Cocktailgate? She's not in her head. She doesn't know about this. I really like him, Anna, she whispers. And for one dreadful minute, I think she's going to cry. This is not like Kate. Does this mean the return of the pink pajamas? She turns to me. Did they break up for 5 minutes and I forgot and she did the sulking pathetic thing? I followed in love with him. At first I thought it was just a great sex, but he's charming and kind and funny and warm. I could see us growing old together, you know. Kids, grandkids, the works. You're happily ever after, I whisper. And somebody I thought about that with once. And only once. Well, no. Twice. If I'm fair. And I'm fair, so twice. No, the first one treated me a lot better by saying it could never happen to begin with. The second one played me along for a year while getting free sex. But, you gotta volunteer for that to some degree, so I take my responsibilities too. She nods sadly. Maybe you should try to talk to him. Try to find some alone time here. Find out what's eating him. Who's eating him? My subconscious snarls. I slap her down, shocked by the waywardness of my own thoughts. That's not the most wayward thought you've had, bitch. Perhaps you guys could go for a walk tomorrow morning. We'll see. Kate, I hate seeing you like this. She smiles weakly and I lean over to hug her. I resolve not to mention Gia, though I might mention it to the man whore himself. How can he mess with my friend's affections like this? Mia returns and we move on to safer territory. You have no right to be bitching about anything, dumbass. You're just as vulnerable to the same thing. The fact that you're married don't save you from this argument. They've been together for 8 fucking weeks. Stop acting like it's the end of a 5-year relationship and she was really hoping he was going to put a ring on it. They've known each other for nothing and the sex was great. So that's all they have in common. Fire hisses and spits sparks onto the hearth as I feed it the last log. We're almost out of wood. Even though it's summer, the fire is very welcome on this wet day. Does this place not have central heating? Mia, do you know where the wood for the fire is kept? I ask as she sips her daiquiri. I think it's in the garage. I'll go find some. It'll give me an opportunity to explore. The rain has eased off when I venture outside and head to the 3-car garage adjoining the house. The side door is unlocked and I enter, switching on the light to fight the gloom. The fluorescent strips ping noisily to life. There's a car in the garage, and I realize it's the Audi I saw Elliot in this afternoon. There are also 2 snowmobiles, but what really grabs my attention are the 2 trail bikes, both 125cc. That's above the top rating in Mario Kart. Ugh. Sniffles. Sniffles. I would like to totally jet around on those, by the way. Never actually been like, I've never gone like trailing, as it's called here, on like any kind of an ATV or something, but I think it would be awesome cool to whip around on one. I'm pretty sure you have to have an actual license, which I don't, sadly. Though I would like to know, there's certain levels of like moped you can drive without a license, which is ridiculous, but I might take advantage of it. I would like to. And certainly make life easier. Memories of Ethan bravely endeavoring to teach me how to ride last summer flashed through my mind. Unconsciously, I rubbed my arm where I badly bruised it in a fall. You ride? Elliot asked from behind me. I whirl around. You're back. Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck with that sentence? Memories of Ethan bravely endeavoring to teach me how to ride last summer? You didn't know each other last summer. You've only existed in this book series for 2 months. What in the actual fuck? It would appear so, he grins, and I realize that Christian might say the same thing to me, but without the huge heart-melting grin. Well, he asks. Man whore. Sort of. Do you want to go? And I snort. No. I don't think Christian would be very happy if I did. Christian's not here, Elliot smirks. Oh, it's a family trait. They're not genetically related, though in terms of expression that is learned, so they could have the same smirk. And waves his arm to indicate we're alone. He strolls towards the nearest bike and swings a long, denim-clad leg over the saddle, sitting astride and grabbing the handlebars. Is the denim supposed to say she's attracted to him because it's like Christian's Dom jeans? What the fuck? Christian has, issues about my safety. I shouldn't. You always do what he says. Elliot has a wicked sparkle in his baby blue eyes, and I see a glimmer of the bad boy. The bad boy Kate has fallen in love with. The bad boy from Detroit? I'm sorry, are we bitch slapping Detroit? What did they ever do to you? Why are we being anti-Detroit? And what's with the bad boy crap? Because again, Elliot is literally, he has existed to show up, seduce Kate, and then he exists when she's around, and that's it. We don't know anything at all about him. Other than apparently he's hooked up with half of Seattle, which, fine. You do you. But nobody's got the right to judge. As long as everything's consensual and understood, who cares? Fuck around as much as you want. I once did it in a cemetery in broad daylight behind a statue that was being renovated under the scaffolding. Anybody want to fucking judge me for that? Come at me right now. I dare you. No, I arch an admonishing brow at him, but I'm trying to put that right. He has enough to worry about without me adding to the mix. Is he back? There's a hell of a justification. I don't know. You didn't go fishing? Elliot shakes his head. I had some business to deal with in town. Business? Holy shit. Groomed blonde business. I inhale sharply and gape at him. She's being so goddamn judgmental. You know that he knows her. You know they used to date. And you didn't actually see him do anything untoward. So, what in the fuck do you think you've seen? Like, really, she's got nothing here. She's got absolutely nothing here but cheap goddamn melodrama for no reason. And again, for some reason in this book, more than the others, again, this is based on Twilight fanfic, so everyone was a teenager in Twilight. Not that that justified anyone's behavior, but this is the first time I can really say in this book, everyone is being written like a 13-year-old in terms of that level of maturity and intellect and how they handle relationships, which is to say, they're not ready to be in relationships because none of them can handle it or know what the hell they're even seeing. Like, this is ridiculous. I don't know if I'm. If you don't want to ride, what are you doing in the garage? Elliot is intrigued. I'm looking for wood for the fire. There you are. Oh, Elliot, you're back. Kate interrupts us. Hey, baby, he smiles broadly. Catch anything? I scrutinize Elliot's reactions. No, I had a few things to take care of in town. And for one brief moment, I see a flash of uncertainty cross his face. Oh shit. I came out to see what was keeping Anna. Kate looks at us, confused. We were just shooting the breeze, Elliot says, and the tension crackles between us. I want to do my Wicked Witch laugh. I can actually do the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz pretty good. I really want to cackle right now because it seems like a cackle-worthy moment. We all pause and we hear a car pull up outside. Oh, Christian's back, thank heavens. Because how could she survive to it? She's like my dog. Literally, she's like my dog. She's like Bo, the dog you see me holding all the time. Because I can't go out for more than 2 hours without him getting so anxious he gets into destructive tornado Tasmanian devil mode. And he knows how to open the bottom drawer in the kitchen. And what he does, this is his go-to. The bottom drawer has all the like cleaning supplies and like trash bags and like the stuff you rarely use. It's a junk drawer with trash bags. But what he does is he takes the box of the black trash bag, shreds it to bits, and then takes the roll of black trash bags, grabs one end, and runs through the apartment, strewing the connected like black trash bags all over the flippin' place. Not if he doesn't get in anything he can make a true mess out of, but the fact is he makes a flippin' mess. He runs all over the place going ballistic, barking his head off to high heaven. And he's got that sharp bark too. And he just makes a destructive mess because he's like super anxious because he's alone and he doesn't know what to do. So he just goes nuts and turns into the destructive Tasmanian devil of a puppy. Trust me, it doesn't matter. He weighs 7 pounds. The destructive impact of that dog. He ate an $800 couch once, okay? I mean, he ate it. I came home and he was sitting inside a hole of what used to be a cushion. That's not counting the time that he somehow got a hold of a bag of black Conte sticks, chewed the bleep out of them, and then left a trail of literal black ink all over my white floors in a place I was renting. Oh, he's lucky I didn't like turn him into kibble right there. He was a puppy when he did that. Oh, the Conte sticks were the worst. Oh my god. I was cleaning that up for months. Never got it off the tiles. Never. They were stained. There was no getting it off. We're on the final approach. We got like let's see. Yeah, we're struggling for landing. We got like 5 pages, 6 pages left. Wow, we might actually finish ahead of time. We're going really fast tonight, which is weird. Because the page count's there. Maybe I'm just reading fast. And even though I've been like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's time warp. Let's do the time warp again. That would still be like the funnest party. I wasn't allowed to have that as theme from a party, but I would like to. Now all I can think about is pizza from that place, which I can't get, which sucks. I just really want pizza. I miss pizza. Frozen pizza is fine. You know what I need to do? There's those like crusts that you can buy yourself, and then like I know what pasta sauce I like, and cheese and pepperoni. That's obviously easy. So all I really need is like pizza dough. And I could definitely make my own pizza, which again is like $4 for pizza crust, and you can make like at least 2 or 3 out of it. I should definitely start making my own pizza. Because also I like grilled chicken and broccoli and feta. That's what I like on a really good, like if I'm trying to be healthy pizza. Broccoli, spinach, feta, and grilled chicken. That's like a really good pizza. Red sauce, not Alfredo. That would be really good. Thin crust. Not too thin because it has to support the toppings, but thin. Thin where it's crispy on the bottom. It's got just a little bit of like when your teeth sink into it, it's got a little bit of that dough on top just to support the toppings. Enough that you got to tear it a little. And it's not like a cracker. Completely lost my place. We all pause as we hear the car. Oh, Christian back. Garage band, he asks sardonically as he wanders in, heading straight for me. I grin. I'm relieved to see him. Beneath his waiting jacket, he's wearing the coveralls I sold him at Clayton's. Hi, he says, looking quizzically at me and ignoring both Kate and Elliot. Hi, nice coveralls. Lots of pockets. Very handy for fishing. His voice is soft and seductive for my ears only. When he gazes down at me, his expression is hot. He's Hank from Corner Gas. He's turned on my fishing. Or she's Karen. Take your pick. I flush and he smiles a huge, no holds barred, all for me smile. I have no idea what any of this means because it's bullshit. Finally, he acknowledges we're not alone. Anna came to fetch some wood. Elliot arches an eyebrow. Somehow he manages to make that sentence sound smutty. I tried to tempt her to take a ride. He's the master of the double entendre. I'm sorry, is he trying to say to his brother, hey, I tried to seduce your wife, but she didn't take me up? Is that actually what he's saying? Because it wouldn't surprise me if Christian Grey said to his brother, like, hey, I'm not sure she really wants me. I'm uncertain about our relationship right now, which he is. I'm not sure if she's with me for my money or whatever. See if she'll ride your dick, bro, because if she does, then I know. After he's married her. Again, these are pre-marrying. You don't marry somebody and then go, we'll work it out later. That's not how that works. Oi. Extremely oi. Extremely oi. We've got like 5 more pages. Pray for me. I'm not gonna make it. Okay. 4th glass. Last glass. 4th glass of the night. This is my limit. 4 glasses is my absolute limit. How much I want to toke something up right now. Jesus Christ. You're so right. I hate that shit. Because I'm sorry, but it's a contrived reason to have a fight. That's all it is. It's a bunch of goddamn crap. And it's different to everybody because everybody's relationship issues are different. Like, there are some general issues when you start getting together and when you move in together and when you get married. Yeah, there's some general issues that are going to come up with the thing. But this relationship test crap, which, friends, I'm pointing at you. You made it mainstream. It's your fault. No, it's not. It's Cosmo Magazine. long before Friends. I grew up with this shit. Like, you think those pages of Cosmo didn't get passed around when I was in middle school of, like, top 10 ways to tell how your boyfriend really feels about you? Fucking shoot me. It's up there with the Who's Gay list that used to come out every year. Christian's face falls and my heart stills. She said no, that you wouldn't like it. Elliot says kindly, and innuendo free. He's not capable. He's a walking innuendo as well as a walking penis, because that's his only trait. Christian's gray gaze swings back to me. Did she now? He murmurs. Listen, I'm all for standing around discussing what Anna did next, but shall we go back inside? Kate snaps. She stoops down, snatches up 2 logs, and turns on her heels, stomping towards the door. Oh shit. Kate is mad. But I know it's not at me. Elliot sighs and without a word follows her. I gaze after them, but Christian distracts me. You can ride a motorcycle? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Not very well. Ethan taught me. His eyes frost immediately. You made the right decision, he says, his voice much cooler. The ground's very hard at the moment, and the rain outside made it treacherous and slippery. This is where she got the idea for how... This is where she... That's how the other guy dies in the other book. What the fuck was his name? The guy who's dead at the beginning. That then they debate on whether he killed himself or not. What the fuck? Kit. His name was Kit. Keith? It was Keith. Was it Keith? It might have been Keith. No, it was Kit, because I remember every time having to be like Kit Harington from Game of Thrones. No, it was Keith. And no, it was Kit. 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 His name was Kit. His name was Kit, and that was the brother that died that kicks out the whole thing. That's why we have the other guy, and he's dead when it begins, but he died on a motorcycle in a rainy night like this. I told you she started writing that shit while she's still writing this shit. There it is. Right there. Exact same thing. Holy effing A. I still definitely have a scratch. I have a cut on the inside of this eye for sure. You can feel it. And it's really... Ow. There's too much makeup. Ow. I'm going to not wear makeup for a couple days. Like, seriously, that's the thing. When you get a cut around your eyes because of your makeup or your mouth, the one annoying thing you have to do is not wear makeup for a couple days, because otherwise you're putting makeup on an open wound, and don't do that. For various reasons. Also, ow. Oh, it stings. This was irritating. It just... It's like a paper cut. It just stings. Did she now? He murmurs. Where do you want the fishing gear? Ethan calls out from outside. Leave it, Ethan. Taylor will take care of it. He's your bodyguard, not your maid. Like, learn the difference. Excuse me. What about the fish? Ethan continues, his voice vaguely taunting. You caught a fish? I asked, surprised. Not me. Kavanaugh did. Christian pouts. Prettily! Those with AI capabilities, please get me a picture of Christian Grey pouting prettily, as it is said, and post it in my Discord. Please. I burst out laughing. Mrs. Bentley will deal with that. He calls back. Ethan grins and heads into the house. Am I amusing you, Mrs. Grey? Very much so. You're wet. Let me run you a bath. As long as you join me. He leans down and kisses me. Go fuck yourself. You smell like fish. Don't touch me. You smell like fish and you just got out of a river. Don't fucking touch me. But I'll run you a bath after you're clean. Then you can touch me. But until then, you stink. Get away from me. Okay? Like, Can we? Please? I fill the large egg-shaped tub egg egg-shaped tub in the ensuite bathroom and pour in some expensive bath oil, which starts to foam immediately. The aroma is heavenly. Jasmine, I think. Back in the bedroom, I start to hang the dress while the bath fills, still capping the dress. Unless it's your wedding dress, go fuck yourself. Did you have a good time? Christian asks as he enters the room. He's just in a t-shirt and sweatpants and bare feet. He closes the door behind him. Yes, I murmured, drinking a mint. They're gonna have another sex scene and I'm gonna vomit. I've missed him. Ridiculous. It's only been, what, a few hours? Yes, because you're both very insecure, and you are the definition of folie à deux. His head cocks to one side and he gazes at me. What is it? I was thinking how much I missed you. You sound like you have it bad, Mrs. Gray. I have, Mr. Gray, again with the teenage dialogue. He strolls towards me till he's standing in front of me. What did you buy? He whispers, and I know it's a change of topic conversation. A dress, some shoes, and a necklace. I spent a great deal of your money. I glance up at him guiltily. No, you didn't. You didn't spend hardly any of his money, honey. You spent less than what he makes in 10 minutes, so shut your fucking mouth. And stop pretending like, seriously, you want to ever say she spent a great deal of your money? Have her buy her dresses $20,000. Have her buy shoes that are $20,000 for no goddamn reason. Have her buy a Harry Winston necklace for $57,000. Then she gets to say I spent some of your money. But like $2,000 collectively, you didn't spend shit. So shut your fucking mouth. He's amused. Good. He murmurs and tucks a stray strand of hair behind my ear. And as for the billionth time, our money. He tugs my chin, releasing my lip from my teeth, and runs his index finger down the front of my t-shirt, down my sternum, between my breasts, down my stomach, and over my belly to the hem. Ew. You won't be needing this in the bath, he whispers, and gripping the hem of my t-shirt in both in my hands, slowly lifts it up. Lift your arms. I comply, not taking my eyes off him, and he drops my t-shirt on the floor. I thought we were just having a bath. My pulse quickens. I want to make you good and dirty first. I've missed you too. He leans down and kisses me. At least we're going to be, like, spared this. Shit, the water. I struggle to sit up, all post-orgasmic. She's invented a word without a hyphen. This is written as one word. Post-orgasmic, one word. And dazed. Christian doesn't release me. Christian, the bath. I gaze down at him from my prone position across his chest. I'm sorry, is it possible to be both prone and across his chest unless she's, like, tied down on top of him? Which I don't put past him, but we're also saying this is in the time it takes to fill a bath, so again, he's living up to his 90-second reputation when penetration gets involved. He laughs. Relax. It's a wet room. He rolls over and kisses me. I'll switch off the faucet. He climbs gracefully off the bed and strolls to the bathroom. Wait, so she started running the bath, then he took her to the bed, they fucked while the bath was running, and now it's overflowing and she's freaking out? I am confused. What the actual fuck? My greedy eyes follow him all the way. My husband, naked and soon to be wet. I bound out of bed. Okay, it pauses. I need 2 seconds. I really have to be. I will be back in exactly 2 seconds. No, Buffy, why are you on the couch? Why are you on the couch? Thank you, Dragon Lord. You know, there is a duck. There is an actual duck. It's right here. There is an actual duck that I'm pretty sure is some version of a dragon. So, last chance, because we got like 4 pages left, and I'm on speed, so last chance. We have no handcuffs. I'm sad. I'm wearing spikes and no handcuffs. It feels like being half dressed. It feels like having a bra but no panties. I'm reconsidering what I just said because some people would like that. That's not what I meant. I meant it. It's like having a right shoe but not a left shoe, because that was the most non-sexual thing I could think of, because I was going to say it's like having a top with no pants, but again, or pants with no top, but again, there's, so it's like having a left shoe but not a right shoe. That's what it is. Matt, we've only got 5 pages left, so it doesn't matter now. Do you know what I mean with those sexy dragon horns? Like a girl couldn't ride on that. Also, I hope you know that that appears to be a very female dragon, so like when I see it, I picture it licking my hello. And gape at myself. Nope, I was not that far. Where the fuck was I? We sit opposite ends of the bath, which is very full, so full that whenever we move, water laps over the sides and splashes onto the floor. It's very decadent. No, I would consider that very safety hazard, and somebody's gonna have to clean that up. And unless there's a drain in the middle of the floor, all you're doing is flooding a room and probably soaking the drywall, which is going to cause mold. Even more decadent is Christian washing my feet. Ah! Are we know the Bible thing? I'm not. If this goes into religious symbolism, I reserve the right to vomit and light it up right now. I got a lighter right the fuck here. Okay, y'all can't see it, but there's a flame. There is a flame, okay? There's a flame. I put this towards the book, okay? I only did it for a second. There's a real flame, okay? I shouldn't have burned it somewhere I hadn't read yet. I apologize. Also went through several pages, so go fuck yourself if you want to know what those said. Okay, it only burned through like one. I didn't mean to actually do that, okay? I couldn't see the... I can't see the flame, okay? I'm sorry, but I'll make up something better than what it was. You earned it. Go ahead. It's deserved. I deserve it. I deserve it. I deserve it. It smells really good. It smells so good. How am I still thinking about pizza? Oh my god, this smells so good. Burnwood smell. So good. I swear they should put Burnwood smell instead of New Car smell. This is the much superior smell. Right? Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Cecile. You're so right. No, it will not. And in fact, anything I make up is even better than this. How are you not one of the people reading my fanfic? Like, seriously, that's like 3 people. How are you not one of them? Because I'm a better writer than this, and I'm sexy. Don't think burned a hole in the page. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. Ah, I feel it. There, in my groin. Like that, he breathes. I mumble incoherently. He starts massaging again. Oh, this feels so good. I close my eyes. I saw Gia in town, I murmur. Really? I think she has a place here, he says dismissively. He's not interested in the slightest. 'Cause he's doing sex to you, you idiot. So shut up. She was with Elliot. Christian stops massaging. That got his attention. When I open my eyes, his head is inclined to one side, like he doesn't understand. What do you mean with Elliot? he asks, perplexed rather than concerned. I explain what I saw. Why do you care? You didn't see anything, you dumbass bitch! If you're gonna go for contrived drama, contrive it better than this! Anna, they're just friends. I think Elliot's pretty stuck on Kate. He pauses and then adds more quietly. In fact, I know he's pretty stuck on her. And gives me gives me his I have no idea why. Look. Yeah, because Kate's a whore. Let's not forget, Kate's a slut and a whore. Not that there's anything wrong with that, and not that she can't find her one, but I think Christian knows that, and that's what he's saying. It's like, Elliot's a man whore, Kate's a slut. Of course, they're sleeping together for a few weeks, so they both mutually move on. What's to be, like, odd about this? You know, people who are mature enough to understand that sex is sex can understand and enjoy each other just for sex for several weeks without making a deal of it, because that's called being a mature adult. Like, I actually literally remember having to explain to a cousin of mine that you can have sex without being in love, because she didn't understand how we were discussing our the mutual virgin status at the time, which I had not had in some time, and she had recently lost. And I was saying, like, you don't have to love somebody to have sex with them. Sex and love are two different things, and she didn't have that in her head. She thought you only have sex when you're in love. She's very, very young. She's very, very, very young and naive, okay? We're all young and naive and stupid, and I'm older. I'm the older one by several years, and also I had about 20 years more experience than her, regardless of the fact that we're only 2 years apart in age. So she was very, 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 very young and had not yet grasped the notion that sex and love are two different things. So we were talking about sex, and I was saying, yes, I've had sex with people that I didn't love, and I've had one night stands, and I've had one time hookups for people I never saw again and didn't want to. Then we never knew each other's names, and it was about the physical act, and that's what it was, and that's all it was, and we were both okay with that. She couldn't understand that because that wasn't her experience of things, and she was thinking she was really, really in love with someone, and that's why I let him do the sex, and then things fell apart, and like, why didn't sex fix everything was the conversation. To which I had to say, like, yeah, sex is not love. He didn't do sex to you because he loves you. He did sex to you because he's a 17-year-old boy and you're 15, and that's why. What? So, oops. Kate is gorgeous, I bristle, championing my friend. He snorts. Still glad it was you who fell into my office. He kisses my big toe, releases my left foot, and picks up my right before beginning the massage process again. His fingers are so strong and supple, I relax against them, not wanting to fight about Kate. I close my eyes and let his fingers work their magic on my feet. Excuse me. I gape at myself in the full. There's a time gap there. I gape. Excuse me. I gape at myself in the full-length mirror, not recognizing the vixen that stares back at me. Honey, you ain't capable of vixen. Your titty's too small and your ass too flat, so shut the fuck up. Kate has gone all out and played Barbie with me this evening, styling my hair and makeup. My hair is full and straight, my eyes ringed with kohl, my lips scarlet. She looks like me, except I'm not an idiot whore. I'm not a fuck doll. I look hot All legs, especially in my high-heeled Manolos, an incredibly short dress. I need Christian to approve. I don't care what the rest of the sentence is. It's at the end of a page. I don't give a flying fuck what the rest of it is. I need Christian to approve. No, you don't, you dumbass whore! You don't need him to fucking approve of fucking anything because he don't own you, even though you let him do. He don't own you, so you don't need him to approve of jack fucking shit. And that's a fucking problem. Though I have a horrible feeling he won't like it, so he won't like so much of my flesh exposed. That's the next line. And then they get into email because apparently he's not there because why the fuck would he be? Fuck you! If I am with you and you want to fucking comment on what I'm wearing, your only comment is, damn, babe, you look hot tonight. You look incredible. I love that dress on you. You have absolutely no fucking goddamn right to ever tell me I'm wearing too little because of your goddamn ego or fucking narcissism. Fuck you. I will wear what I fucking want. I'm sorry, you're too insecure to recognize. And also, this is the point of your fucking ego. You're with a hot goddamn woman. Well, you know what? Other people are going to notice that I'm hot. You know what you do about it? Nothing! You shut your fucking mouth. You look at that man looking at me and then you go, yeah, she's mine, bitch. You don't say that out loud, but you just take personal satisfaction. But you don't fucking look at me and say you're too hot and other people are looking at you, so wear a burqa, because that's the language this is going for. This is where this goes. As soon as you say, you look too hot in public and you're mine, burqa ain't far behind, and go fuck yourself on that count. I want to look hot as fuck on the street and I want people to look at me, then that's my goddamn right. And I look that hot and they can look all they want. You need to be self-secure enough to know I'm going home with you. See, yeah, that guy across the street looked at me. He said, hey, nice tits, babe, and he wolf whistled at me or said, how much fries go with that shake looking at my ass? That's life. That's going to happen. That happens every goddamn day. It happens every time I go outside. I get calls like that, wolf whistles, cat calls, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That happens all the time. If you're a secure, independent male and you're my boyfriend or my husband and somebody calls at me like that, you ignore it. You be fucking secure enough to know that I'm not going to go like, oh, that guy wolf whistled at me. Let me go ride that dick. I'm not that girl. And also, I'm with you. And you shouldn't be so goddamn insecure to think that would ever attract me. If anything, that's repulsive. If anything, I'm like, I pray for the day when that's not publicly acceptable, that you can whistle and then like make a spank that ass motion across the street at a woman, which has happened to me thousands of times. Don't be the guy that makes me the problem when other guys look at me. I can't control that. That's not my fault. Be secure enough to know I'm going home with you. Like, Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Oh, whoa. We have incoming. I don't know what this is for. They didn't say. It's a random. You want me to chug? Oh. Okay, so this just in. I should have noticed. I'm sorry. I didn't notice this like 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry. But this appears to be for me to chug a glass and buy a duck. It's not amount. So if I'm wrong, say so right now. Because you didn't say. I'm not seeing on a memo line instructions. So I'm assuming that this is for chug and then a duck because that's the price. Am I wrong? Thank you. I will do that. Okay, so what you know who you are, person watching, you know who you are. I'm not gonna name unless you do. But did you send that for chug plus a duck because that's the price, or was it cups and like 3 ducks? Is a message? I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm only reading the email. I'm not. Hold on. I'm not. No, I didn't. And I'm not seeing a message. Hold on. Let me. Uh. Let me log into my PayPal. Maybe that'll tell me because I'm not seeing a message. I'm not looking at the screen right now. Um. I'm not seeing a message with instructions. I'm sorry. I'm only looking at the email. It just says the amount, and I'm not. It doesn't tell me if you sent a message. Um. I'm looking on my PayPal right now to see if it says something else that's I'm still not seeing a message. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really not. I'm trying. I'm looking. I'm trying. I'm not seeing. I don't. I'm right. Yes, it does. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't know how to fix that. Um, I will look into that. I will definitely look into that. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. And I'll fix it. I'm sorry. And I'll fix it. And I don't know what you want, but tell me what you want and I'll do it. So tell me what is it that you wanted and I will do it. Um, because I'm looking and there's not a message and I'm sorry. I'm really looking. I'm really looking. I'm looking at my email, I'm looking at my PayPal, I'm looking at everything and I'm not seeing and I'm looking and I'm really looking and I'm looking at it and there's not a message and it's not telling me and it's not telling me, but I will do it. Whatever you say, that I will do it, and I will. So just tell me what is it that you want, and I will do it. Do you want me to chug a glass and buy a duck? Is that it? Wine or cups? Do you need it and duck? There's only like 2 pages left. It would be a rip off if I. It's total rip off if I do. There's not. This is disingenuous and it's being unfair, and I can't. No, to be unfair, it's not. It's not. Okay, so my autism is playing havoc with my brain being a thing. Um, we're gonna fill this glass. We're gonna fill it up to the we're gonna fill it to the point where I said if anybody ever did that I would chug it. So there it is, and then we're gonna draw a duck. Is what we're gonna do. So here we go. And I'm totally breathing, and this is totally. Here is a full glass. You're beautiful and I love you. So here's a full glass of wine for the first time ever. We have somebody actually buying the chug of glass, and then we will draw a duck. We will draw a duck. So stick around because you need to name the duck. It's your duck. You need to name it. So here we go on my. I'm gonna put this up so I don't spill on it. But we're gonna chug this, and here we go. Never done this before. Never chugged anything in my life. So there we go. Woo! Okay, empty glass. See, empty glass. Give me that a little birdie. Slightly birdie. Okay. That was a little much. Okay, so we're feeling it now. Yeah, we're feeling. Yeah, my throat is Oh wow. Um. We're fine. We're totally fine. We're fine. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're really good. Oh, sorry. We're good. We're really good. We're good. My throat's really birdie. My throat's really birdie. My stomach's doing flip flops. But we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm good. I'm not gonna puke. I'm not gonna puke. I'm not gonna puke until after we get off because we only have a page and a half left. And I have a duck to duck. The fuck just came out of my mouth? Jesus Christ. We have a duck to draw of the bag of ducks. Please let it be my favorite. I want the duck that I want one to be on the stage, please. I only have one that I want, but like 20 that are others. Okay, so eyes closed. See, eyes closed, fully closed, because we are fair about our ducks. Sit down, start naming the duck. We're gonna go in. I got my hand in. Okay, going around, going around the duck stage. Go around the ducks and the back of the ducks, and then we're gonna grab this one. This one, whatever it is, this is the duck. It's I don't know. This duck. Okay, you can't see, but there's like a superimposed badge. And the camera's not. There's like a superimposed badge that's painted out on his hat. So I think this is like a policeman duck, but then it's painted, and it's orange. But he's got a black tail. Oh, he's got like a really broad black tail in a duck, and not sure what this is. Or my brain wants to go Coast Guard duck. Can we? Like the orange is making me think of life jackets, is what it is. So can we dub this Coast Guard duck? Is that fair? Is that fair? I'm not sure that's fair. I don't want to be disingenuous or disrespect the duck. I think for now we'll dub this Coast Guard duck. And then it's your duck. So what do you name? Oh, I have such a great name for him. Oh, but it's up to you. You own the duck. It's your duck. It is your duck, sir. So what are we calling what I am dubbing Coast Guard? Oh, really? You're gonna make me? Really? Honey? I think it's a Coast Guard duck, but I'm not sure. Like I said, there's a painted out. He's got a painted out like medallion. See? He's got like a painted out police badge on his hat. So I don't know. So only because of the orange, I don't know. Like, look, he's like not painted on the side. These are cheap, okay? Let's just say I paid $19 for all these ducks. Okay, they're fucking cheap. So that's why we don't know what's to. I don't know. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm really trying. I don't know. I was like saying like Coast Guard diver duck, but he's got a black tail. That took effort. Look, he's got a black tail, so it's like scuba suit. I don't know. I had a name that I wanted, but it's up to you. I guess Coast Guard duck. Do you think to name? I have a name, but it's your duck. I'm not gonna say. It's your duck. You get to name him. And if you don't want him to be Coast Guard duck, if you want him to be Mount Pompeo, Mount Olympus, Zeus duck, you can totally say that. That's up to you. You bought this duck. It's your duck. You can call him anything you want. You can say this is the Hercules of duck. Whatever you want, we will stick with it. And it's your canon to write because you own this duck and full rights thereof as to what it is and what it's called entirely. So my saying Coast Guard was just me and ignore it if you want. We're gonna put him. I can't look at that. Okay, we're gonna put him like right there in the back row. We can start second row. I was thinking Charles. I don't know why, but like it seemed like who's They already know the show Danger Bay. I would still like the complete collected works of that, which isn't available. For some reason, I was thinking Charles, probably because of the yacht hat and the fact that I'm associating a nautical theme, even though it's possibly not justified with that duck. But again, you can call it anything you want. You can say it's whatever duck with whatever name, and that's how it lives. Because it's entirely your discretion. Entirely. Whatever you want. If you want me to say that is the Zeus Olympus of ducks and his name is Nebuchadnezzar, then that's what I will do. Entirely. Oh, we had an email. What the fuck? I pick up on the Blackberry from Anastasia Gray to Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I need your sartorial advice, yours. Him to her. Mrs. Gray, I seriously doubt that, but welcome and give your butt a. I I burned a hole in it here and I can't see what it says. But I wholesome or something, give your butt a thorough examination just to make sure yours in anticipation, MG. Whatever. Excuse me. As I read his email, the bedroom door opens, excuse me, and hiccups. This is because I'm chugging and the hiccups. This is your fault. Caspian? Oh, like Prince Caspian of Chronicles of Narnia? Okay, so the duck is officially Caspian. I actually like that better. That's a really good name. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really sweet. It's a really good name. I really like that. I like unique names, and I want the ducks to be unique. I really do. I really do. I want them to have their own personalities, and I want them to be named by the person who bought them. So you're totally within your right. Absolutely, that's a great name. That's an amazing name. Is it okay? But I'm gonna amend Coast Guard to Yacht Duck. I think he's Yacht Duck. He's like posh and rich, and he's Yacht Duck with Caspian. I think that's, he sails the seven seas, but he's not like officially a pirate, but he knows some pirates. Like that. That's our Caspian. He's not officially the bad guy, but he knows who they are. I think we can do this. Holy crap, this could go either way. Well, I whisper. Hannah, you look. Wow. You like it? Yes, I guess so. He's a little hoarse. Slowly he steps into the room and closes the door. He's wearing black jeans and a white shirt with a black jacket. He looks divine. He looks basic AF. He stalks slowly towards me, but as soon as he reaches me, he puts his hands on my shoulders, and turns me around to face the full-length mirror while he stands behind me. This reminds me of a scene from Memoirs of a Geisha. Never talk to me about that movie unless you want to fuck. My gaze finds his in the glass, and then he glances down it, fascinated by my naked back. His finger glides down my spine and reaches the edge of my dress at the small of my back where the pale flesh meets silver cloth. This is very revealing, he murmurs. Go fuck yourself. His hand skims over his hand skims lower over my backside down to my naked thigh. He pauses, gray eyes burning intently into blue. Then slowly he trails his fingers back up to the hem of my skirt, watching his long fingers move lightly, teasingly across my skin. Feeling the tingles he leaves in their wake, and my mouth forms a perfect O. It's not far from here. He touches the hem and then moves his fingers higher. Here, he whispers. I gasp as his fingers stroke my sex, moving tantalizingly over my panties, feeling me, teasing me. And your point is, I whisper? My point is, it's not far from here. His fingers glide over my panties, and then one is inside, against my soft, dimpled flesh, to here, and then to here. And he slips a finger inside me. I gasp and make a soft mewing sound. This is mine, he murmurs in my ear. Closing his eyes, he moves his fingers slowly in and out of me. I don't want anyone else to see this. Go fuck yourself, ass clown. I'm sorry, he literally has this mentality that women, you can just walk up and finger them in the club because if they're wearing something short, then you're a slut who's inviting it. That's what he's saying right now. He's saying you're wearing something short so any other man can come along and sex you and do sex to you and finger you and fuck you because you're wearing something short and that somehow gives permission. But I want everyone to know that you're mine. I'm the only one who gets to do that. I'm not being too much. Anyone who says I'm fucking exaggerating, go fucking fuck yourself. You are a young, naive fucking moron if you don't see what this is being said, you fucking idiots. Like, this is slut shaming to the nth degree, and I'm so the fuck over it and sick of it and like gonna gag on it and not in a sexy way. Extremely bad drunk writing. My breath shudders and my panting matches the rhythm of his fingers. Watching him in the mirror doing this is beyond erotic. We got a page and a half left and I'm out. So get in your ducks now, because I'm so hard out. So be a good girl and don't bend down. You should be fine. Meaning it's so short you can't bend over. You approve? I whisper. No, but I'm not going to stop you from wearing it. You look stunning, Anastasia. As if you have some fucking right to stop her? You don't. You have no right to stop her whatsoever. At all. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hiccup suck. Abruptly, he withdraws his fingers, leaving me wanting more. He moves around to face me. He places the tips of his invading fingers on my lower lip. Instinctively, I pucker and kiss his lips. Uh, Instinctively, I pucker my lips and kiss it, and am rewarded with a wicked grin. He puts his finger in my mouth, and his expression informs me that I taste good. Real good. I play. Oh, because I forgot he fingered her and then fed it to her. I hate it. This is Lucky from Criminal Minds. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Will it always shock me when he does that? Probably, because it's disgusting. He grasps my hand. Come, he orders softly. I want to retort that I was about to, but in light of what happened in the playroom yesterday, I decide against it. We are waiting for dessert in a plush, exclusive restaurant in town. Time skip. It's been a lively evening so far, and Mia is determined it should continue and that we must go clubbing. Right now, she's sitting silently for once, hanging on Ethan's every word. As he and Christian talk, Mia's obviously infatuated with Ethan, and Ethan is, well, it's difficult to tell. I don't know if they're just friends or if there's something more. Christian seems at ease. He's been talking animatedly with Ethan. They obviously bonded over the fly fishing. They're talking about psychology mainly. Ironically, Christian sounds the more knowledgeable. I snort softly as I half listen to their conversation, sadly acknowledging that his expertise is the result of his experience with so many shrinks. Yeah, I bet therapists tell me themselves that because I've been in therapy for 30 plus years, I know a lot more than they do. That's true. They need to shut the fuck up and listen. But it also sounds like they're talking about how to manipulate women into marrying you and being your sex slave, which would totally be appropriate of a conversation. And the only type of psychology Christian Grey knows how to employ is how to bend women to your will and then throw them away like garbage or murder them, whichever comes first. But he's got a really great place to bury the bodies, as we discovered. Hear the best therapy. His words, whispered while we were making love once, echo in my head. Am I? Oh, Christian, I hope so. No, fucking you is not therapy. Because he can stick his dick in a grapefruit and get just the same, so you're a useless construct to the conversation. I glance over at Kate. She looks beautiful, but then she always does. She and Elliot are less lively. He seems nervous. His joke's a little too loud and his laugh a little off. The puppy's wrapping around my legs, going, Why aren't you paying me attention? Have they had a fight? What's eating him? Is it that woman? My heart sinks at the thought that he might hurt my best friend. I glance at the entrance, half expecting to see Gia calmly saunter her well-groomed ass across the restaurant to us. You're paranoid, dumbass. My mind is playing tricks. I suspect it's the amount of alcohol I've had. My head is beginning to ache. That happens 12 hours from now when you have a hangover, dumbass. Abruptly, Elliot startles all of us by standing and pulling it. Oh, God. And pulling his chair back so it scrapes across the tile floor, all eyes turn to him. He gazes down at Kate for one moment, then drops to one knee beside her. There it is. There it is. I thought this was just made up for the movie. I gotta stop doing that. Thought they made this up for the movie, but it's bullshit, 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 fucking crap. Oh my God. Oh my God is actually the next line. Go fuck yourself. He reaches for her hand, and silence settles like a blanket over the entire restaurant as everyone stops eating, stops talking, stops walking, and stares. My beautiful Kate, I love you. Your grace, your beauty, and your fiery spirit have no equal, and you have captured my heart. Spend your life with me. Marry me. Holy shit! End of chapter! So yeah, fuck this book. Fuck their contrived what Kate, who has known Ethan or Elliot, I don't even care which one. I don't care which one. Don't give them both E starting names, you fucking dumbass cunt. If you know how to fucking write, differentiate your goddamn characters. One is his brother, one is her brother, and the fact that I can't tell which one is proposing to her says you're more of a shit fucking writer than anything else. But also, do we think she cares? She would be fine if it was like a Cersei and Jamie situation. I had to reach for his name because I haven't seen that in a minute. I want to drink right now. My glass is empty, and that's a good thing. So that was that. That's the end of the chapter. It's so fucked up. Yeah, whatever. Christian's brother's proposing to the roommate. Again, this is an enough situation where they made the fucking bet and now they're just both gonna marry dumbass bimbos that they can bury next to the Long Island Hudson Sound and no one will ever find their bodies and they'll regard it as a great summer between the two of them. Like, there is no romance or love in any of this. It's so much bullshit. And it just gets all the worse by trying to make it okay. They're trying to say, like, no, he really loves her because look, he's marrying her. That's not how that works. None of that works. None of that works. None of that works. None of that works. But that is going to do it for this evening because we got nothing else. We got a lot of ducks. We got 2 new ducks. That's a record. We got 2 new ducks. So we now officially on our duck counter and on our official stage, we have the Blue Unicorn Duck Ralph. We have the Queen Princess Duck Charlotte. We have the I Don't Know Duck Steve. We have the Grizzly Bear Duck Paddington. And we have the what did I say? I didn't say Coast Guard. I said something better. What did I say that's better than Coast Guard? I'm sorry. I only said it in a minute. You made me chug a glass of wine. You made me chug an entire glass of wine. Does anyone or can't remember? Yachts Club. Yachts Club. We have Yachts Club Duck Caspian. Or did you mean like Prince Caspian from Chronicles of Narnia? Because I can change that. But it's still a really good name. It's still a really excellent name for a duck, especially one with a yacht hat. So I'm going to trick out the duck stage as best I can. Yacht Duck, thank you. Thank you for indulging me. You're way too sweet. You really are way too sweet and way too kind. I don't deserve you. You're very kind. But that is going to do it for this evening. I hope you all had a very, very good time. Very, very good time because we put effort in tonight and we rocked it. And we rocked the ducks. Let's just say we rocked the ducks. All the way. And my lipstick is on point. Like, come on. These are some painted lips and they're amazing. Like, come on. This is amazing. But I hope you all had a very, very good time. Please take yourselves to bed if you're drunk. Don't drive when intoxicated. Love your fur babies. Always love your fur babies. Always. And come back next week for more because we will definitely be here. Thank you for being here. You're all the best ever. Love on our ducks. And look out for more book club next week. You've had a great audience and I've had a genuinely great time tonight. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Sethel, most of all, and everyone who participated. I hope you had a really great time. I hope it was worth it, and I will see you next week. I love you all, and I've been Insane Lane. Good night.